It's a rite of passage. Every January, gearheads from around the world flock to Scottsdale, Arizona to kick off a new year of car gazing at the biggest, baddest car show on the planet, Barrett-Jackson. Cars as far as the eye can see, European exotics and American muscle, supercars and other stars, chrome and customs, hot rods and horsepower. This is the center of the collector car world. It's Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale, and it's coming to you live right now on the History Channel.
It's the one day that car lovers everywhere do not want to miss. The Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction from Scottsdale, Arizona on Saturday, Super Saturday, when all the very finest cars roll across the block and find new homes. I'm Bob Varsha, joining Mike Joy, Rick DeBrule, Tyler Hoover, and April Rose. Right now on the block, we're at $390,000 bid on a 72 Chevy K5 Blazer Custom SUV.
Have you ever seen one for $400,000? Well, you have now. Gloss black, flat black side, supercharged 6.2 liter V8. Oh my goodness.
Wow. That is wild. And the beat goes on. That's just an example right off the bat of what we're going to see over our next 6 hours here on the History Channel. So thanks for joining us. Settle in, grab a beverage, live your car dreams. Here's lot 1353, a 1963 Corvette Custom Split Window Coupe.
Now remember this name, Jeff Hayes Customs, because later today we'll have a 67 Stingray Roadster that is a brand new build that is going to break the bank. This is one of his cars, 63 split window Stingray Coupe, restored and modified to an incredible standard.
Yeah, there are Corvette restorations, and then there's Jeff Hayes cars, and it's all in a whole new generation. This particular one, interestingly enough, was built for and bought by the owner of the Bombas Sock Company. My wife, huge fan of their socks, wears them all the time, so, you know, who knows what may be laying in the trunk of this thing. But once again, a 63 split window, that LS3 V8 engine, 6.2 liter, not a massive lump of weight in the front, but everything about this is better and better and better than new. Look at the interior. Those big bucket seats and that red leather. Boy, this is a piece of art. This isn't just a piece of machinery.
Wilwood disc brakes all the way around. The 63 came with drum brakes originally. Supercharged engine, gorgeous inside.
18-inch wheels up front, 20-inch wheels in the back, $360,000 the current bid. And Greg Jackson is coming up to take a look at it.
You heard the auctioneer, $365,000. Fist bump, fist bump, fist bump. Well, no, you won't get it. Here's April.
Hey, Bob, right now I'm in the pre-staging lanes, just loving life. This is where everyone loves to hang out and check out these beautiful cars, like this 1938 Packard 12 Torpedo Cabriolet. I mean, look at this hood ornament. Have you ever seen anything so beautiful, so stunning? Of course, this massive grille with the pod headlights, beautiful sculpted fenders here, the spare tire with the mirror on top. And take a look in this driver's area. I mean, what, you got to be maybe 100 pounds to fit in there. Not a lot of room for the driver. Beautiful burled wood dash. But you know what? It's all about the passengers in these. Now, take a look inside. This is just spectacular. Look at these doors, inside pockets with the burled wood. And just, oh my gosh, that furniture. It looks like furniture. It's not even to be for a car. That would be in a mansion. Absolutely stunning. It's got a clock up here. And of course, if you're pissed off at the driver, you just roll the window up and there's no more interaction. This protects you from the weather. The driver, not so much. And keep on coming back. There's more. Absolutely beautiful trunk there for all of your things. Now, the power comes from a 473 12-cylinder motor with 3-speed automatic transmission. Now, back in the day, of course, the elite, they would take their cars to coach builders to have them built to their taste. And this back section actually comes from a 1930 Renault, which is why it looks so different. I mean, even over 80 years ago, people wanted everything custom. Bob?
No question, April, a car was not just a mode of transportation. Back in the early years, it was a status symbol and a whole lot more. Now we are at $345,000 bid on a 2018 Porsche 911 GT2 RS.
Yes, not just a GT2, but an RS. Not just an RS, but a Weissach package with all of this exposed carbon fiber. This is a race car with turn signals.
Although the consignor says it was never raced, which is comforting. $347,000. Enjoy it, sir. Now, yesterday, if you were following our coverage on FYI or on the History Channel, you saw Mike Joy preview this car, a 55 Porsche 356 Speedster.
So how did the Speedster come to be? U.S. Porsche importer Max Hoffman told Porsche, your 356 Cabriolet is too expensive. It costs as much as a new Cadillac. I want you to take everything out of it that doesn't make it go fast and build it so we can sell it for $3,000, $1,000 less than the regular Cabriolet. So they took out things like the roll-up and down windows. They shortened the windshield, Speedster hump, pulled the body a little bit, and suddenly the engineers realized they were saving weight as well as money. So Hoffman got his wish. The Speedster sold for under $3,000, and a lot of them went straight to the racetrack. This one's 55 horsepower, 1,500, now has a 1,600cc engine with 80 horsepower on board.
And it seems to me that 15 years later, wouldn't they do that same thing with the Roadrunner, the same basic concept? Hey, what if maybe we can strip it down and meet an actual market that exists? Second year for this, and they had a solid 4 years running. They make a massive number of it, but enough that they knew that they had what they needed. You got to remember, at this point in the mid-1950s, Porsche is really still trying to establish itself as a solid car company as well as a racing company. The 550 Spider did a great job racing, but this put racing cars, an approachable, obtainable racing car, in the people's hands.
And it sells at $240,000. Now remember that year, 1955, and the Speedster, because rolling in behind it is another Speedster from 2019.
Well, Porsche revived the Speedster concept a couple of times. Not so much to go to the racetrack, and certainly not to sell at a lower price. This has the front fascia of a GT3, and it has the normally aspirated 4-liter 6-cylinder that revs to 9,000 RPM, also from the GT3. Here are the Speedster humps. Beautifully optioned car, a lot of carbon fiber, and I want to show you the most valuable part on this car. It's right here. It's this serial number plate, and note that this is one of only 1,948 built. If you can acquire a Porsche that is one of, designated on the serial number plate, you will make bank, and that's where we are right now.
Absolutely. I mean, the engine back there is going to rev to 9,000 RPM. It's going to push out 502 horsepower, all that performance coming out of the back. Of course, you got to figure out how to hang on to it. You get a little tail heavy at times, but boy, with that lower center of gravity because of the weight they've lost up on the top, this is a great car for performance.
Upper right of your screen, the entire phone bank is occupied. Looks like the woman in the distance there has her hand in the air. She must have the lead bid right now. 3 colleagues next to her. I'm sure the internet boys and girls are working hard. And you see 2 bidders on the floor involved. This could go on for a while. And we are at $475,000.
Loaded with carbon fiber accents, the lightweight bucket seats with contrasting stitching. Wow.
Sold for $500,000, tied for 3rd of the day and the auction. We've got a break coming up, but those kinds of moments are going to go on and on and on into the evening to midnight Eastern Time here on the History Channel. So stay with us for every minute of Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Back in Scottsdale, where moments ago, a new high. This 1957 Continental Mark II Custom called Cashmere came across the block, and the bidding started and went up and up and up till it settled at $650,000, a new high for the auction.
I'm going to guess that's also probably a new world record for a Continental from that era.
No doubt. Here's lot 1361, a 61 Corvette Custom convertible.
Boy, gleaming in silver with white contrasting coves and a red interior. 1961, first year for the camtail on the Corvettes, named for Wunderwald Kamm, the noted aerodynamist, German aerodynamicist. Red leather interior. This is very much a full resto mod. And though the dash binnacle there for the instruments is the same as 1963, or rather 62, everything else here has been changed. The metal flake in the paint is miles deep. Gorgeous build.
Yeah, the binnacles may look the same, but the gauges under them are completely new on pretty much every level. By the way, we always just called this the ducktail back here.
Well, wouldn't it rise up like a duck's tail?
LT4 6.2 liter engine under the hood, 650 horsepower.
At $250,000 to take it home. Plus your buyer's premium of 10% and all applicable taxes and fees, depending on where you're going to register it.
Hey, Bob, what Kamm theorized with this tail was instead of the tail of the car coming all the way to a point, they could chop it back, bologna slice it, if you will, at an angle, and still get the same kind of aerodynamic efficiency. Look at the Cobra Daytona Coupe, for example, and certain racing Ferraris, as well as the 61 to 67 Corvette.
It's exactly where Peter Brock got the inspiration for the Kamm tail on the Daytona Coupe. Moving on, this is lot 1363. We showed it to you earlier. It's a 63 Corvette 327 360 Z06 split window coupe.
Today we see a lot of Z06 optioned high performance Corvettes. This is where that option code came from. 1963. You got the 360 horsepower Rochester fuel injected engine, the 4-speed manual transmission, positive traction rear end, heavy duty shocks, dual circuit brake master cylinder, vacuum power booster, and a heavy duty front sway bar. That was the Z06 package, and less than 200 units were made in 1963.
Well, ultimately, it was near the end of the line because they discovered they could get more horsepower out of a carburetor with less headache. A lot of the mechanics out there did not want to work on the fuel injection systems. People would buy them and had a hard time getting repaired. Carburetors, well, everybody understood that. So even though it was a great way to get horsepower, years later, of course, they would go to nothing but fuel injection. At this point in time, it was more headache, so they just swapped back and eventually moved back to carburetors.
Originally sold in Gainesville, Florida, this car refinished in its original color of Sebring silver.
$300,000 takes that beautiful Corvette away. Plenty more to come, including this beauty. Tyler Hoover talked about it earlier in the day. It's a 1937 Mercedes-Benz 540K Special Roadster. K meaning supercharged and just beautiful.
Welcome back. This is a very special Shelby GT350 from 1965. Delivered new in Albany, New York. Owned by Hugh Westlake, who raced it at Lebanon Valley Dragway. Sold to Austin Craig, co-founder of the Shelby Club. Then to Dale Phelan in Longmeadow, Mass., a vintage racer and Craftsman truck team owner. It's had several owners since. Fully documented history and provenance of the car they call the Triple Nickel because its serial number is 555.
And what's interesting about this car is they didn't race it, but they used it as a pit car during races.
Fancy stuff, and $475,000 takes it to its new home, and that slots right into number 6 of the auction in terms of high sales. Now here's a 1956 Ford F600 custom pickup.
This was one of the finalists last year at the Barrett Jackson Cup. This thing is absolutely spectacular. Thousands of hours went into the build. Pay attention to this thing because the more you look, the better it is. Absolutely flawless.
Ever think you'd see one of these done with a modern road racing style splitter? I never did. But everything here is in this body color battleship gray. This one's been dropped to within 2 inches of the pavement and stretched. It's a crew cab. How about that?
Well, yeah, no shortage of F1s, F100s, F150s that we see here at the auction, but this is an F600. And what I love are the suicide doors that they've got here. See how they can open. We have to open the front one first, then we can get into the back. Just enough leg room so that the people in the back seat can properly be inside. And I love the wood inserts in the door with the leather down below. And then go take a look at the bed. And what they've done is not just your standard, let's throw some slats in the back. They've curved that piece, set it in, and molded the body around it.
Our buddy Steve Magnante is recuperating. Hope he's back with us soon. He loves the art of the exhaust pipe, and I've never seen them done like this, sticking out from the fenders below the taillights on an F-Series pickup. Wow, what a build.
And going back, Steve Davis, when he was up on the auction block talking about this, was talking about all the details. And look how this has just been slightly concave there. Normally it'd be at an angle, and they'd be flat across there. This has been properly smooth all the way across.
500,000 takes it. It's got to be, and I'm checking, the highest price we've seen for a custom truck at the auction. Wild. And you'll find all the information about what's sold for how much at barrett-jackson.com. And check out the rest of this year's auction schedule. We'd love to see you. Come up and say hi at Palm Beach, back here in the fall, in Scottsdale, or wherever. You got to see Barrett Jackson in person. barrett-jackson.com with a dash is the way to do it. Now, here's a 1967 Corvette Custom Convertible.
Well, I got 2 words for you. Jeff Hayes. This is just incredible. Champagne with the Ghost Stinger stripes, the Corvette crossed flags, linen leather interior, big turbine wheels. It's a 67 Stingray. That's the one you want. And nobody does them to this standard these days in a Corvette Resto-Mod.
Yeah, custom chassis underneath. You look at that dash alone, the great work, the turned metal, the bezels, everything about this is great. And look at the number.
Told ya.
Could it be? Is this the one?
All right, Jeff Hayes, in your wildest dreams, did you see this happening today at Barrett-Jackson? What do you think?
Oh, it's amazing. Absolutely mind-blowing.
Well, so is your work.
Well, I appreciate that. It's wonderful.
We're creeping up on it. And there it is, $1 million.
Awesome car. Here's on number 13.
Holy moly.
Well, a couple hours, I said, when this car rolled to the stage, the roof would come off the place, and boy, did it. Two determined bidders who each refused to lose. Boy, that is every consignor's dream.
That is staggering, but not entirely unexpected. 1M on the sold sticker. Here's Tyler.
Well, from out here in the staging lanes, I felt the breath go out of the room as that went to $1 million. But here's something really special right here. Only 284 Hemi Cudas built in 1970 with a 4-speed manual transmission. So you can see that Hemi engine under there with the shaker hood. All black as well, black vinyl top, black interior of a very rare car, but even more special, this car was previously owned by Nicolas Cage. So we've seen a few Eleanor tributes go across the block. One of his most famous movies, Gone in 60 Seconds. We'll see what one of his actual cars that he actually owned sells for.
All right, thank you very much, Tyler. Here's lot 1368, after everyone takes a deep breath, a 58 Corvette custom convertible.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you don't have a big bank book balance when you come to the Barrett-Jackson auction on Saturday afternoon, don't even bother to raise your hand. Look at the number on this 58.
$535,000.
Another LS swap, a full resto mod, but with the shape of a 58 and all modern conveniences underneath.
Smooches are a popular reward here tonight. Why not?
Thank you so much.
Okay, here comes another hit. A 1970 Chevelle SS LS6 convertible.
And here's Jerry McNish.
Original engine, transmission, and
Rear axle. Rick Nelson of Muscle Car and Concepts restored this car. He never missed any detail on it. It's the nicest one in the country, and at this point in time, between Rick and myself, we don't know of any other LS6 convertible with the complete original drivetrain. Don't miss out on this. It's the best of the best.
So it's been interesting what we've seen come across the block. Some spectacular resto mods, beautiful custom vehicles. Now we're into originality. A 1970 Chevelle SS LS6, the top of the heap, the big engine that came across in this 1970 Chevelle. And as you heard Jerry McNish say, this one may be the only convertible with its original engine.
And look at some of the detailing, the original part number of the radiator hose, the original type clamps. Everything about this is restored to be exactly the way it left the factory and rolled into the showroom 50-some years ago.
Yeah, and Jerry McNish not only has a report that accompanies this, they also have a thumb drive with more than 5,600 photographs documenting the entire restoration of this 1970 Chevelle.
1970 was the pinnacle of the first muscle car era. It was not the end. Detroit kept building and selling high performance all the way right up until the big gas crisis of 1973, when suddenly everybody wanted fuel sippers. But the top of the mountain was right here, 1970.
Well, the top of the mountain for that era. Little did we know we'd come back and blow past the horsepower numbers that we thought were big, those 450 numbers that we'd see in these engines. And now we've got even more that comes out of Detroit.
Sold at $450,000, and with that, it's time to sell a great car for a worthy cause.
Here at Barrett-Jackson, go ahead and cue the video, and Mr. Steve's going to tell you all about it.
Bring your childhood back to life at adult scale with the 2023 Matchbox Jeep Gladiator by Real Truck. Built by world-renowned builder Deutsch Off-Road, this rig features numerous suspension and adventure mods by Real Truck, designed so you can live your toy car dreams in the real world. Proceeds go to Building Homes for Heroes, an amazing organization who honors combat-wounded veterans with a mortgage-free home, then connects these heroes to a community and support system to help them thrive. Round out your Matchbox collection with the ultimate toy car supersized by Real Truck for a great cause.
Folks, again, we've experienced some amazing moments this afternoon, all through the week. But one of the most spectacular things you will ever see are our men and women in uniform on this stage doing what we do. We couldn't do it without what they do. Give them a big round of applause. God bless them. Let's start with that. I am honored to introduce you, United States Army Sergeant Benjamin Decker, Building Homes for Heroes home recipient. Let's hear about it and tell them why this is so special, and this incredible vehicle is just representative of what you guys are all about.
It is, and we're very appreciative of this. As you heard, my name is Sergeant Decker, and I served 13 years in the Army before I was medically retired in 2010. Building Homes for Heroes awarded me and my family a mortgage-free home in nearby Casa Grande, Arizona in 2015. My children have been growing up there. It's been a night and day experience from the military life of moving every 2 years to staying in one residence for 10 years. They've made it so that I can recover, rehabilitate, and just become a better person than what I was. So I want to thank Building Homes for Heroes and also Real Truck, and ask you all to reach out and do the best you can to help another veteran like me.
All right, Joseph, let's get it.
Yeah, thank you, Craig.
Well, great car for a great cause. Love the Matchbox names across the side. I mean, for those of us who grew up a little bit earlier when there weren't Hot Wheels, Matchbox were the cars that we went to. You know, we played with them, we enjoyed them, we took them apart. And to have that name on here is kind of a touch of fun, and to look at the great cause it's going to at the same time. And boy, we're already up to $125,000, and I got to think we're going to keep moving.
It matches a Matchbox. It's an incredible build. Charity is an incredible charity. Let's get some more money.
60.
We see it over and over again here at Barrett-Jackson. They'll bring a great car, they have a great cause, and it's not the same one. Over and over again, we'll see different types of organizations that are recipients of this, although quite often it is veterans-related, military-related, because it's such a great cause to help the men and women in uniform. Now we're at $200,000.
$250,000 after a little bobble there for a worthy cause. Now, we've got another break coming up and another very special car, a 2018 Bugatti Chiron, absolutely setting the standard for the limit in speed. The Chiron is amazing. We'll tell you all about it. Under the Stars and Stripes, the world-famous Barrett-Jackson auction stage now features another car from the Don Williams collection and one of our fantasy bid cars. What do you think this one will go for? It's absolutely spectacular. Hand-painted lattice work along the sides. It's a 54 Rolls-Royce Silver Wraith.
And the coachwork is by Freestone and Webb of London. There's the beautiful Spirit of Ecstasy atop the hand-hammered stainless steel grille. And all of this wicker-looking lattice work is hand-painted all the way down the side. A bespoke custom built to taste at goodness knows what cost.
Yeah, it's got the inline 6 engine F-head. Remember F-heads with the valves off to the side?
It also has a curved windshield, which hardly any car had in the early 50s. They were rare. This might have been adapted and cut down from a different model, but boy, the cost involved in building this, I cannot imagine.
They only built a little over 1,700 of them. They built them between, I think, 48 and 58. But boy, you know, this goes back to, you look at what this car was created to do. It wasn't created to drive. It was created to be driven in.
Yeah, this is what we call a dual cowl body. There is a cowl in front of the windshield, between the hood and the windshield, and here is the second cowl between the driver's compartment and the owner's compartment with its own windshield and wind wings. Beautiful leather with contrasting piping. So British, so beautiful.
You get in the car, you'll open the door, and then this will flip up. You'll get in, flip that down, and boy, you realize with the windshield this close to you, you can look out and, you know, your hair won't get as ruffled.
It sells for $205,000. Coming out of the Don Williams collection, you know it is well maintained.
He passed away, unfortunately, in April. He was my brother's best friend. He's my mentor, Tom Barrett's protege. He built the Black Hawk Museum with Ken Behring, and he had most of the world's great cars go through his hands. Why we wanted to do this, at his eulogy at the Black Hawk Museum, Sandra Button and myself were honored to give his eulogy, but afterwards Sandra said, let's raise money for something Don really cares about. And that is, we've helped McPherson College for so many years with scholarships to train young kids to restore cars. McPherson lately has had a lot of endowments. We have a lot of McPherson kids here, but there's a new school that at Rancho Chico that is going to start a program. They raised money at Pebble Beach. We want to raise some money here and some awareness for their enrollment, for their process of restoring cars and teaching mechanics for underprivileged kids. There's a QR code that's up here. This is to the legacy. Cars like this can't be restored back to this if we do not have young people that learn the art of car restoration. So what we did is I donated $50,000 because I said Don has done 50 Pebble Beaches, 185 cars on the lawn. He has been at Barrett-Jackson for 50 years buying and selling cars. Anybody else that wants to join me, that knew Don, that want our hobby to continue, please raise your hand. The bidder representatives will take it. You can do it through the QR code, but I just want to acknowledge Don and raise some more money. So, Joseph?
All right, here we go.
Well, and one of the things that the points that Craig is making is that today, when they replace body parts, they don't hammer them out anymore. They don't smooth them out. They simply take off a fender, put on a new one. So as a result, the people who have the skills to do that are getting rarer.
The Mercedes here that we're talking about is a one-off car. It is a 540K with a Mayfair chassis on it, and it is an absolute piece of art. This was his pride and joy, and this is the second to last car from Don's collection coming up. Disappearing top. It doesn't get any prettier.
All right,
540K, the K for compressor, supercharged. Just what a beautiful car, it looks like it's going 150 miles an hour sitting still.
Well, and the motor itself was good for about 115 horsepower, but with that supercharger, that compressor kicking in, it was good up to 180 horsepower. In terms of speed, probably just a touch over 100 miles an hour. But boy, you did it in such style. And they were using the same stuff they were using on the race cars. We're over 1 million.
Well, the dash on this is Burlwood and Mother of Pearl. My goodness. Standard shift right-hand drive car. Let's have a look at this dashboard. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Well, the reality is all these cars were custom built from the word go.
Worth it.
It's not just that it's a special car. It came from the best collection, one of the best collectors out there who knew what to look for and what to buy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Craig has told you what a remarkable individual Mr. Williams was. Also, what a remarkable Mercedes-Benz is in front of you. A true one-off body by the Mayfair Carriage Company. Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss the opportunity.
I mean, a lot of the parts that they were using to build this with, they were also putting into the race cars of those days, those pre-war Mercedes that were running the world and doing so much in terms of their speed on track. So this has the guts in the race car in a beautiful body.
Put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to donate, there's these QR codes that they have. Please raise your hand to get your bid spot, or you can come up and take a picture of that, and you can donate right with those QR codes.
Thank you all very much.
Oh my goodness. What a moment. And time for us to have a look at the Hagerty top 5 sales of the auction. $525,000 for the Plymouth Hemi Cuda. $535,000 for the 58 Chevy Corvette, $650,000 for the 57 Lincoln Continental Mark II, then $1 million for a beautiful custom Chevy Corvette, as you just saw. $2.2 million for an exceedingly rare 37 Mercedes 540K Special Tourer. Back to the block we go.
A Bugatti Type 57 Stelvio in black and gleaming navy blue, associated with Alec Ullman, the man who invented the Sebring 12-hour Grand Prix of Endurance in Florida, which is coming up in March.
And the name Stelvio comes from the Stelvio Pass in the Alps in Europe. And boy, you see that Bugatti name, and anytime we see that, the number climbs up. And in fact, later today, we're going to see the modern iteration of this Bugatti Grille in the Chiron that is going to come up on the block, which is now a supercar.
The headlights fared into the fenders, the Bugatti radiator shell, and look at the sweep here that begins the A-pillar. And this knob, you can fold down the windshield to enjoy al fresco driving. A lot of leather and wood, another right-hand drive car. Standard shift.
And this is designed to be a 4-seater. You'll notice there is a back seat back here, but you'll also notice it's not very big. Can you slide the seats forward? Absolutely, but not a massive amount of room in the back. But if you need to, you can haul 4 people.
And the license plate number, 57.
Going back to your point, Mike, about the fact that these headlights are curved into the body, worked into the bodywork. You got to remember, for 1936, this was unusual. They were just starting to get into that kind of concept of being more aerodynamic.
And one of the bidders on the auction block is Craig Jackson.
And he is the winning bidder. Takes it. And that is Craig Jackson. There's Janet. Don Williams' widow. She seems pleased with that. She's been honored with a perpetual #1 bidder pass here at Barrett-Jackson, which is a great gesture by the organization. Fantastic car, and the Summit Racing Sold sticker goes on. The car will roll away for $490,000 into Craig Jackson's personal collection. So, how about something large and in black? This is a 1938 Packard 12 Torpedo Cabriolet.
Well, we could be forgiven for calling this a limousine. This is another dual cowl car in that the driver sits behind the cowl behind the engine, and the owners sit in a fully enclosed cabriolet compartment. There is a second windshield that right now is retracted down into the bodywork, and this door opens to the owner's compartment. A very nice brocade finish to the upholstery here. Can you imagine riding in anything more luxurious than this?
You know, when Packard first came out with their 12-cylinder engine, they actually called it the Twin 6, as if that was going to sound more impressive than 12. Eventually they figured out, you know what, I think people can do the math. They're calling it 12. It sounds more impressive than 8 and 10, so they started calling it a 12-cylinder.
We're at $400,000. The trunk here, not leather covered, but it appears to be stainless steel. Beautiful.
It's interesting, when you look at the driver's compartment, it actually doesn't look hugely comfortable. You don't have a lot of leg room in there. You need to be a relatively short driver because the comfort was all in the back.
The family still owns it. The back of it was taken off another car Matt Kellner put onto it back in the day for him. Owned by Tom Barrett, restored here by Lonnie Kruger in Arizona. Owned then by Don Williams. It is an incredible car with a great provenance.
2025.
The Packard coffin top grille and these crystal hood ornaments. That's a whole nother facet of the collector car hobby right there.
That gentleman has picked up 2 of the Don Williams collection cars. As Janet Williams looks on, I suspect she and her family and friends there know who that is. It's got to be an emotional moment. Now coming up, a 2017 Ferrari F12 TDF, which stands for Tour de France, a famous 1950s and 60s endurance race around France. Welcome back as the sun begins to sink low over the Valley of the Sun. Northeastern Phoenix, Arizona, that's where you'll find Scottsdale, where the Phoenix Open will be played about a mile and a half from here at TPC Scottsdale next weekend. But this weekend is all about Barrett-Jackson. Here's a 2006 Ford GT as you see what the last 3 cars across the block did. Plymouth Superbird 385, a Kindig, one-of-a-kind build at 550, and just like that, $500,000 for this Ford GT from 2006.
This 1967 Shelby GTR 500 CR is one of only 25 that's all carbon.
Okay, I get it. We're in $500,000 range and up. This is lot 1377, a 67 Shelby GT 500 CR recreation.
This car's incredible. You can't imagine what it would cost to tool this thing, mold it, put this thing together. One of the finest you'll ever see, one of 25, as we said. It's got the big 5-liter supercharged Coyote under the hood, a beautiful carbon fibered GT 500 CR. Let's roll, Joseph.
Well, one of the things they've done with this in making it a carbon fiber replica is they've managed to shave 600 pounds off of what would have been the weight from an original 1967 Shelby GT 500. So they've got even more performance, modern running gear on a lighter car.
Boy, beautifully done. The original shock towers are long gone. This has an A-arm suspension, and that leaves plenty of room for that huge engine upgrade. Roll bar inside, Shelby touches like the brake scoops and the scoop in the C-pillar, along with the spoiler and Shelby tail lights, but everything in carbon fiber that doesn't have to be in metal.
And it's really subtle. I mean, you have to walk up and look really close before you realize every body panel has that carbon fiber weave to it. Nicely done. From a distance, you're just thinking, oh, you know, it's a pepper gray one. But no, that's carbon fiber color.
$400,000 bid.
And one of the things they've also done is they've also wrapped the body in a special protective film to protect that carbon fiber.
Sold at $470,000.
Thank you, everybody. I want to thank you for going to Sammy's party he had last night where he rocked. Thank him for performing. The Red Rocker himself is here to talk about his LaFerrari. It was supposed to be the car before this car coming up. So now the timing is it's going to sell in October.
Yeah, we had a battery issue at the last minute, and Craig and I were stressing out really bad, and then we said, this is a blessing in disguise, because if I would have sold that car to someone and they would have 2 days later called me up and said, guess what? That would have been horrible. So we're going to get it all fixed up and be like new, and we're going to do it in October. And my favorite part about that, Craig, is that I get to come back in October and do this again. Woo!
So Sammy played last night. It was absolutely spectacular. He's going to come back in October, the day before his birthday, October 12th. So you never know what's going to break out next October.
Yeah, birthdays are fun. I don't need a birthday to have a good time, though, Craig. So here's a very interesting aspect about the car that I don't even think you know. On the steering wheel, it says SH1013. Because Ferrari put that little etched engravement on my steering wheel as my birthday present in October when I got the car. Well, it's going on the blocks October 12th, the day before my birthday, so it's kind of like it's somebody else's birthday.
It's good karma. Thanks,
Any levers in the house?
Thanks, Sammy, for playing last night over in the Equidoma.
Thank you.
Super exciting. Thank you, Sammy.
God bless, people. This is wonderful, man. This is like heaven right here.
It is. Thank you, Sammy.
Hey, y'all make some noise for Sammy Hagar. Here's lot number 1378. It's a 2018 Bugatti. It features the full exposed carbon fiber option. It's powered by an 8-liter 16-cylinder engine.
Okay, with that, a very special car with a very special name. Lot 1378 is a 2018 Bugatti Chiron. What's the Chiron? Louis Chiron. The oldest man to enter a Formula One race at age 58, a winner of the Monaco Grand Prix and the Monte Carlo Rally.
Oh,
this is named for him.
1.5, 1.6. You can't call the bid fast enough.
Well, for a moment there, they were equal to the horsepower, which is 1,500. Now we're over that. It's a 16-cylinder motor, 1,500 horsepower, and the number's still going.
0 to 60 in 2.3. 8 liters, 16 cylinders, 4 turbochargers. Why? Because too much is never enough.
Well, remember the Bugatti Veyron? You know, that was really cool. That was really potent. That was spectacular. How do you follow it up? Well, this was the successor to the Veyron.
The exposed carbon option is $200,000 for the front color and $200,000 for the back color. They don't make these anymore. This is an opportunity right here. Gorgeous colors, great build on this car. Only problem is the price right now, Joseph.
Emma's got $2,007,000.
And it's interesting to look at that Bugatti we had crossing the block just a little while ago. It was a nice touring car, pleasant little thing for driving through the Alps. Now it is all about massive performance.
In fact, they had to limit the top speed of these, the Veyron and the Chiron, because the tires couldn't take it. They would melt the tires at 250 plus miles per hour.
You got 7, you got 8. Is that right? 2 making 8. I'll give you a favor.
French Racing Blue on the brake calipers and the diamond stitched leather interior. And the carbon fiber is not black, not gray, but a deep, deep blue.
Joseph Mass is trying to figure out all these. He's got 3 bidders actively involved. They need to make sure who has which bid.
My goodness. $2.7 million. Actually, probably not far off its MSRP. A fabulous car. Louis Chiron, the man Charles Leclerc from Ferrari, is chasing to become the second native of Monaco to win the Monaco Grand Prix.
On the block right now, a 2012 Lexus LFA Nürburgring edition. This is a modern supercar coming out of Japan. That Lexus name, boy, the F, normally the F is their performance range, but this just takes it to a new level.
These achieved a certain amount of notoriety when a noted NASCAR driver took his loaner for a drive up Perth Road in Mooresville, North Carolina, north of Lake Norman. It's a nice 45-mile-an-hour road, and he got stopped doing a 3-digit speed and got a ticket that was a digit more than that. Oh, well. And the legend begins, here in America. But what a fantastic car. And like many of these hypercars, you couldn't buy one. You really had to have quite a Lexus connection just to be able to get on the list at the dealer for the order bank.
Well, the concept of these types of cars are what they call halo cars. Bring attention to the mark. According to Lexus, they lost money on every single one of these they sold.
Sure, but look what it did for the brand. I bet Lexus wish they had a piece of the after-sale action, because here we are, past $1.5 million.
One of only 69 that come with this Nürburgring package.
562 horsepower. This 2012 Lexus 4.8.
By the way, this one only has 2,100 miles on the odometer.
Hard to believe this car is 12 years old. That 4.8 V10 was developed in conjunction with Yamaha. After all, the motorcycle manufacturer has all kinds of experience with high horsepower, high revving engines.
Okay, so there's less than 70 of the Nürburgring package. Of those, only 7 were U.S. spec. So in the United States, this is a rare creature.
Absolutely. Nürburgring car doesn't get any rarer. These have been going up in value, and that's the only place they have to go right now.
The only thing this car lacks is a racing pedigree. Lexus did not choose to track these cars.
Sold at $1.5 million. That looks like Bruce Canepa, I believe, the famed restorer from California. Here's a car coming up, a 1988 Lamborghini Countach 5000 QV. One of approximately 610 produced, red over black leather, exotic. Welcome back to Barrett Jackson. where moments ago it officially became million o'clock here on the Barrett-Jackson block, as a 2005 Porsche Carrera GT sold for $1.7 million. So all of our top 5 cars are $1 million and up. And of course, we are not yet done here on Super Saturday. Here is a 2022 McLaren 765 LT Spider.
Well, the LT stands for long tail. The bodywork on this is all either gloss exposed carbon fiber or volcano yellow with a high amount of metallic in this color.
So for $800,000, on number 1383.
$800,000 takes it. By the way, if you're a regular Barrett-Jackson viewer going back a couple decades, you should know that Porsche Carrera GT was sold to Ron Pratt, a native of this area, very successful businessman, and a very constant customer here at Barrett-Jackson. He actually sold his whole collection here, and now he's building a new one, it appears. Here's lot 1386, a 2017 Ferrari F12 TDF. We showed it to you earlier, Tour de France, guys.
So I sometimes think what Enzo Ferrari would think about plug-in hybrids being built by his factory. But I think ultimately, if he knew what they were bringing in terms of price and profit, he'd be like, I'm all in. Because, you know, this modern generation of not supercars, but hypercars. You know, traditionally we talk about supercars. Well, those are like, you know, the normally aspirated, turbocharged, those kinds of things. But once they start to get into electrification, plug-in hybrids, electric, well, that becomes the hypercar world.
So the original Tour de France was a 250 GT, 1958-59, a long wheelbase, very capable road car with a good bit of track history. This retains the V12, but again, it is so much more than that. 770 horsepower from the normally aspirated 6.3-liter V12, 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds, top speed over 200 miles per hour.
And if you have never driven a car that will do 0 to 60 in 3 seconds or less, I got to tell you, it'll literally make your head spin if you're not ready for it. You sometimes wonder how race car drivers could pull it off. And to be able to go 200 miles an hour, well, you've got to do it in the right place. And part of the thing is, you know, these are expensive cars, but see those tires right there? You've got to have tires that are capable of handling the speeds that these can produce. So you can't just go out and, you know, run over to Costco and pick up another set of tires.
The vents here in the fenders, a nod to the 250 Tour de France and 250 GTO. This car had a lot of sporting pretensions, but I don't ever recall them racing these.
I think, Mike, it's more of a commemorative sort of edition. The Tour de France from the 50s and 60s and the first heyday of GT racing, Grand Touring, meaning you could drive the car on the street or race it. The Tour de France, much like the Tour de France cycling race, with stops along the way. And they would have a hill climb or a time trial or a circuit track or whatever, go round and round. Ferrari dominated. 1.225 million. There's that number again. Beautiful hybrid car. And behind it rolls up the car we showed you just a couple of moments ago. Tyler Hoover's been hoovering around it most of the weekend. It's a 1988 Lamborghini Countach 5000 QV.
And didn't every boy of a certain age have a poster of this on their bedroom wall? Just the angular design of this was just so revolutionary, so different than anything that was coming out of Detroit or England or Modena or Japan or anywhere. Just a complete traffic stopper, no matter where it is.
Yeah, Marcello Gandini was the person responsible for this design. And when you look at this and you look at the evolution of Lamborghinis that come from this point on, you realize the significance of this car, because so many of their cars, doesn't matter whether it's a Hurricane, a Huracan, a Gallardo, a Diablo, they're essentially all built with this same standard. You know, this angular look. It may be a little more rounded depending upon which generation, but the basic concept was laid out with the Countach.
The V-shaped rear wing was an option, and this one's been treated to European bumpers in replacing the U.S. units. Big bumperettes at the back just above the exhaust to meet impact regulations.
A little earlier this weekend, we had a Lamborghini tractor go across the block here at Barrett-Jackson. Because you remember that when Lamborghini started, that's exactly what he was building, tractors. He wasn't building supercars. It wasn't until later he decided to butt heads with Enzo Ferrari.
That Euro front bumper offers very little impact protection, but look at how low it is. It'd be a shin biter. I don't think it'll be much in the stoplight back and forth. That's okay. You see one of these in your rearview mirror, you're just going to move out of the way, like now.
Yeah, there are those who will argue that, this is quite a ways into the Countach line, that it's got all kinds of, stuff that's been added to it over time. Not as pure as the original, but still a Countach.
$565,000 sends it to its new home. And here's a car that is coming up in just a short while. It's a 2019 Ford GT. The original ones, 3.5-liter EcoBoost V6, a couple of turbochargers, 7-speed gearbox, and more.
Welcome back to Scottsdale, where a 1970 Plymouth Hemi Superbird in lemon twist yellow just crossed the block at $400,000. We move on to a 62 customized Chevrolet Corvette.
Well, all day we've been marveling, all week in fact, we've been marveling at the prices that these Corvette customs have been bringing. And then a little bit earlier today, we saw that Jeff Hayes custom Corvette sell for $1 million. I guess we're just going to imagine that the price can only go up and up when it's all said and done. This one right here, well, it's been finished just in the last year, 650 horsepower coming out of that supercharged LT4 V8 engine underneath a 6-speed manual transmission. And of course, it's got an Art Morrison GT chassis that it's running on.
Just under 250 test miles since its completion.
All right, let's take a look at the chassis cam, see what it looks like from underneath. Talked about the fact that it has a very modern running gear, that 6.2-liter engine. Suspension, everything massively done. Look at the way the transmission's been moved back. All the running gear, that drive shaft, everything underneath looks just as good as it does from up above with that quad exhaust.
Well, this one nearly stalled at $300,000, and now Joseph Mask is asking for $400,000.
Well, this Corvette's been backdated a little bit. In 1962, you wouldn't have had two-tone, you wouldn't have had this much chrome, but I don't think it matters. Still a beautiful build on that custom chassis, as we saw in the chassis cam. Supercharged LT4, the hardtop installed on this one. Beautiful build.
Well, and like we've talked about, even with some restorers who are just simply restoring, and I hate to say simply restoring, but restoring a car, some of them are doing it better than new, and the same thing with the customizers.
$400,000 to a bidder up in the Muscle Lounge. Is there any car from the 1950s that draws more interest than a Gullwing Mercedes 300 SL? There it is in the staging lanes, headed for the auction block, currently occupied by a Yenko supercar 427 Camaro from 1967, one of 54 built.
Yeah, we've talked about Don Yenko and what a great driver he was. I think he won 4 SCCA national championships. He raced at Le Mans, raced at Daytona. And then he decided to say, you know what, let's take what I like, the performance, and make some money off it. Went to his family's dealership in Canonsburg, Pennsylvania. Initially, they started as a shop where you could buy parts, then they could install them, or you could buy them separately, and eventually it became the Yenko Specials.
$550,000.
Number 1399, 2019 Ford GT, powered with a 3.5-liter EcoBoost.
Well, here's a car we previewed earlier, one that's dear to my heart, a 2019 Ford GT. They had 13,000 applications to buy these. They only made 1,300 cars over the 5-year build window.
And it's interesting to look at the evolution of the modern Ford GT. The first Ford GT Modern Edition, it came out in 2005, 2006, was designed to look as close as possible to the GT40s that won Le Mans back in the late 60s. This was designed to be a race car for the street, and they didn't have any of the constraints of what it was supposed to look like. They simply could have as much fun, as much style, as much aerodynamic work they could, and boy, I think they achieved their goal. This is a race car for the street.
And talk about an engine. EcoBoost V6 may not sound that impressive, what you would find in a lot of pedestrian cars, but this one, 650 horsepower is what it's been tuned to. 0 to 60 around 3 seconds in between those beautiful flying buttress C-pillars.
Well, I promise you, these are a thrill to drive, easy to drive and handle, and they go right now.
Well, it's got these beautiful carbon fiber wheels, and one of the magic numbers associated with this one right here, only 35 miles on the odometer.
You see, this one was optioned without a stripe, and it's not a Heritage, it's not a Carbon Series. Big money for an early GT.
Well, I think it's the low mileage. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's more than a few with low mileage. There's some haven't been driven at all, but still, that's probably where the money is in this particular car. And the fact that, for whatever reason, today is bringing crazy money here at Barrett-Jackson.
The rare option on this one are the carbon fiber wheels as the hammer drops at $1,250,000. Coming up, Donald Trump's 1997 Lamborghini Diablo VT Roadster. Bill Goldberg's on the stage talking about his Dodges.
And now he's like 100. So, I mean, we've been here for a long time. It's a family atmosphere. We want to thank everybody for being here. And let's get loud! 2 cars, 1 bid. We've got the parachute, everything that comes with the new 170. I will send the new owner the carbon fiber rear seat delete, the roll bar, the parachute, the handles in the trunk. I got the banner from the last call, 170 reveal in Vegas, and I stole it, but it is what it is. I love you guys, let's have some fun.
Let's go, Joseph.
So this is kind of unique. The bid is to own both cars. Bill Goldberg's 2023 Dodge Challenger SRT Demon 170 with 9 miles and his 2018 Dodge Demon serial number 1083 with 10 miles. 1 bid, 2 cars.
Yeah, as you point out, the matching VIN numbers is really interesting. They've got matching between the 2 of them. Here you see the original sticker showing the original price for this one right here was $125,000. We got the VIN number on the dash. Tyler, what's the number?
89,000 on the back one.
Here you get to buy 2 cars for the price of 3.
North of San Diego, Bill Goldberg has an incredible car collection. Here he is again.
There'll be an SRT Goldberg version racing suit thrown in with it. And my, Mr. Giles and Mr. Trussell and myself will sign both vehicles if you'd like.
Well, how about his and hers Demon 170s to just drag race to work every day? Combined over 2,000 horsepower together, 0 to 60, just under 2 seconds. Boy, they went out with a bang on these Hellcats Demons 170s.
Well, as our good friend Steve Magnante, who is home recuperating, always loves to say, when you talk about horsepower, the good old days are right now. I mean, the amount of horsepower we see coming out of these, internal combustion engines is off the charts. And the amount of horsepower we're seeing coming out of the electric engines is off the charts. Power, well, it's back.
$410,000. Ralph Scheel from Chrysler Corporation and Bill Goldberg with this twofer. How about that?
Thank you, my friend. You got a hell of a deal.
Stars and cars. Never know what you're going to see next at Barrett-Jackson. Welcome back to the Valley of the Sun, Barrett-Jackson, Scottsdale, where two cars have topped $2 million hammer price and another 5 over $1 million. And I lost count of the $500,000+ rides that have rolled across the auction block. This is a 2014 Mercedes-Benz AMG G63 Brabus 6x6 B63S 700. Alphabet soup, but wow, what a truck.
Yeah, let's go backwards on the end of that, Mike. 700 is how much they tuned the twin-turbo V8 to 700 horsepower. And boy, did they need to, because this thing's been lengthened. First, it's been lifted with the portal axles, an additional axle added to the back. All 6 wheels get that 700 horsepower. Ridiculous build.
Yeah, you want to be the biggest one on your block. This is absolutely going to do it, because once again, you got those up there. Look at these 2 massive sets of axles back here. You know, if we really want to get carried away, I guess we could have made them dualies in there. But look at the suspension. And once again, this is not just 6 wheels. This is 6-wheel drive. Look at the transfer case going back to the differential back there.
Now, these are not officially imported. This truck is here under the NHTSA show and display rule, and it has 10,000 actual miles.
And you can see with the lengthen, they kept the cab mostly the same. You just have a truck bed now. And to help with bumper regulations, because it's so high, they added this to the bottom so a sports car doesn't slide underneath. And it's also been widened massively. You can see these huge fender flares on the side, so it's not cracking windshields as it spits rocks out of the tires.
And to point out on the car card, while they talk about the fact this is under show and display import rules, it doesn't say it can't be driven off-road, on-road, or anything like that. So it sounds like the showing and displaying would involve taking it on roads.
Well, I believe it was brought in under show and display, but then it was made emissions legal, which can be done. It is very expensive to do, though.
700 horsepower, 7-speed automatic, cool indeed, because you've got spectacular technology and engineering and power and comfort front to the back. Could be bringing $1 million. You would be wrong. We got 730. You got 740, 50. And what you say? 50, 75, 5. You got 180, 188.
Well, sometimes we talk about how certain cars are, a great deal per pound. Well, this one's moving past that. In terms of overall weight, it's huge, it's big. Overall price, it's right up there as well.
As Craig was saying, I think these were around $1 million, and they didn't stop with the axles. Look at the interior. White carbon fiber, special stitching in the seats. Wow.
$800,000 ties for 8th, a 3-way tie for 8th highest sale of the day. Paint to sample acid green is the color of our next car. The can't miss color of this Porsche 918 Spyder.
Well, here's Porsche's entry into the hypercar holy trinity, along with the LaFerrari and the McLaren P1. We have a hypercar right here. 600 horsepower V8 in the back. Hybrid battery helping move things along to unbelievable performance. And the looks, well, unbelievable as well.
Yeah, the combination of the gas engine, which pumps out about 599 horsepower, together with a couple of electric engines, you end up at over 880 horsepower on this with a hybrid engine, and as you mentioned, the word hypercar. You know, supercars, well, we reserve those for internal combustion engine. But once you start getting into the electric world, it truly becomes a hypercar.
Well, it's easy to remember how many 918 Spyders were made because it's 918. And in the hypercar world, that's the highest production compared to McLaren P1, 375. The LaFerrari was around 500. Still very low production, but in comparison to the other hypercars, more common.
I remember being in an IMSA race over a decade ago, and at that point they were experimenting. They had a 911 with an electric assist engine on it and this massive unit that sat beside the driver, and they were working on the technology that was going to go in there. So I love to point out that, interestingly enough, the technology for this hypercar was developed on the racetrack.
Hard to believe that this is going on 10 years old. The styling has aged so well. I mean, it looks like a brand new car. And of the three hypercars, I do believe this one has the best track record when it comes to reliability. Porsche has always been on the top when it comes to reliability ratings. And boy, that's a top price.
$1,625,000. Makes that the number 4 sale of the day.
One of the best Gullwings in the world after a 3-year restoration. Also, it has gone to the Mercedes Classic Center, authenticating the engine, the transaxle, the steering box. I drove the car. It drives beautifully. This is the original silver color on it. They did add the Rudge wheels, and the fitted luggage has summer and winter seats for it, full leather, the cloth inserts. We've sold a lot of Gullwings. I've owned 3 of them. This is the nicest one I've ever seen. Turnkey. It did the first day on the Colorado Grand to help sort it out. The consignor took it back, tweaked the suspension. You stab the brakes, it stops dead straight, it shifts, it runs beautifully. Let's get a new owner.
Originally delivered in Italy, made its way to the United States. Number 225 of 311 hand-built 300 SL Gullwing coupes.
All right, take a look at the chassis cam as it rolls over, because we can see how beautiful it is up top, and I have a feeling it's going to look just as nice down below. Boy, not what we've been seeing so far today, you know, with those Art Morrison chassis. This is a very complex setup, a very complex build. The drive shaft going all the way to the back. Boy, nothing simple about this. And look at the bid right now.
Well, we did catch a glimpse because it's mounted somewhat sideways on that direct fuel injection on the 3-liter 6-cylinder. Horsepower around 240, top speed about 160 miles an hour, which in 1956, that was really something.
The intriguing thing about this car is this was developed from a race car. In other words, a lot of times when car manufacturers build something, they build it and then they go racing with it. In this case, Mercedes went racing with the 300 SL, and then they developed the street version afterwards. So this is a development of a true race car.
And that's the practical reason for the Gullwing doors. It's a race car with a tubular chassis. That door frame is very high and very wide, and they needed to figure out a way for the drivers to get in. The Gullwing made sense, and it looked fantastic.
You're right, it was dictated. The bottom of the door height was dictated by the chassis, and the steering wheel swings not away, but it tilts forward at the top for ingress and egress.
And the reality is this car is automotive royalty. When you do your top 10 list of the greatest cars of all time, not only does this deserve a place, this easily stands a chance of being the #1 car. You look at the trends, the direct fuel injection, the Gullwing doors. You look at those headlights. Take a look at what came out in the Corvettes years later, and throughout the 50s, and essentially everybody was copying this look.
Whoa, top sail. 2.8 million bid. We're 3 million bid.
Well, just a top-notch restoration in the finest color. They added the Rouge knockoff wheels. That is perfect.
$3.1 million for a gorgeous 1956 300 SL Gull Wing, said by Craig Jackson to be the finest he'd ever seen. And we now have a Lamborghini Diablo VT Roadster, which was bought new and ordered by Donald Trump. The only 1997 Diablo in blue Le Mans.
Here it is, Donald Trump's Lamborghini Diablo VT Roadster.
And these VT Roadsters, they were quite rare on their own without the Trump connection. Very rare with the VT Roadster, where that top's a single piece of carbon fiber that is removable and it clips onto the rear bonnet. VT also means all-wheel drive, so that almost 500 horsepower V12 in the back really hooks up. Gated manual transmission inside, and of course the iconic Lambo doors, those scissor doors that pop up, showing that you've arrived.
The VT stands for viscous traction, which is that all-wheel drive system. This was the Roadster that was really the second generation of the Diablo. It was introduced back in 1995, and they built these through 1998.
Look at all the cell phones on the auction block. It's as if the Batmobile was center stage. Haven't seen a crowd like this around a single car since the Batmobile sold at Barrett-Jackson.
Talking about that VT, the viscous traction system, you know, it's designed to really improve handling significantly. In fact, they say it'll do it by more than 40% in terms of grip.
Well, we were wondering what the Trump connection would do with this Diablo, and I would say probably double at the current bid what a normal VT Roadster would bring. And this one was driven and enjoyed for several years by former President Donald Trump. And just cost $1 million.
Now, this car has had 2 owners since Trump owned it. And when he bought this, he was a businessman and a reality TV star. And there we go. $1 million is the hammer price.
On number 1408, the next Super Saturday continues at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale.
Boy, that's a Barrett-Jackson moment right there.
1948 Chevrolet Crew Cab, COE Custom Deco Liner. Title is a 1948 Chevrolet Special Construction. G and Craig Tylo 2.
And as that Lambo fires up and rolls off, the auction block is not vacant for long. Here's a 1948 Chevrolet Crew Cab, COE, which stands for Cab Over Engine, custom called Deco Liner.
Yeah, according to the consignor, this one took more than 10 years to build. I mean, can you imagine that? More than 10,000 hours of work to build this thing, and been winning awards for some time. It's actually started as a 3-ton delivery box truck. And really, this goes back to the golden age of automotive styling. And look how this has been done. When you go all the way back, there you see the Deco Liner on the running boards. And back here, I mean, they've got this open section, but look how it kind of has this beautiful humpback look. The 2 sets of axles in the back with massive brakes. Boy, this is quite a beast.
The consignor just showed me a picture of how it started, and it was a mess of a delivery truck transformed into this beautiful work of art. It does still have the 5th wheel attachment up here, so you could hook this up and use it as a trailer, but not as a bumper pull. You can see the exhaust is mounted in the center there. Sort of a boat tail shape.
Well, it's got a 502 cubic inch engine under the hood. They just started up, and I'm realizing, you know, that the exhaust is sure a long way from the engine. It's still got quite a rumble out that back.
From what began as a humble 3-ton delivery box truck, it's been transformed into this stunner.
Stands out in the crowd, reliable.
And you know what? It actually works well. According to the consignor, they actually drove it from Canada down to California.
Well, it does look very comfortable. You have a full cab inside, 4 passengers, air conditioning.
And a new owner for $285,000. Next up is a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle Custom Roadster. Now, Roadster would indicate this is not a convertible top. It's top down all the time. A build from East Bay Muscle Cars. And we're now 6 hours into our live FYI and History Channel coverage of Super Saturday, where the most coveted vehicles of the week are crossing the block. The good news is we have another 4 hours of Super Saturday headed your way on the History Channel. Welcome to Scottsdale, Arizona, and the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. It is Super Saturday, and vehicles have been rocking the block all day long and delivering record-shattering results. I'm Mike Joy. Bob Varsha will have the con here shortly. Rick DeBrule, Tyler Hoover, April Rose, and I will help you understand some of these cars as they cross the block. We've already had a Mercedes at $3 million, a Bugatti and a Mercedes over $2 million, and another $7 million plus hammer prices here on Super Saturday. Here's a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle Custom Roadster.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting when you look at this. I mean, first off, we'll talk about the paint in a moment, but what's really important is this is not a convertible. This is a roadster. The top has been eliminated, and this is what it's supposed to be. They're not. I don't think there's a Carson top associated with it. And look at those seats in the back, custom done. You may not have a lot of leg room, but you're sitting in beautiful seats.
Well, this one's had all of the chrome delete and all the badges deleted. No bow tie, no Chevelle anywhere. The beautiful bronze color, modern LED lights in the interior. Looks like something out of a video game as well.
Well, you're never going to put the top up, so why bother to put it on? $450,000. That's the number that goes on the Summit Racing sold sticker, as these cars all go back out to the tent to be on display all weekend long. You can get a good look and see what they sold for. This is an Audi R8 GT in Mythos Black over Black.
Well, I imagine a lot of you are like me, and the first time you saw an Audi R8 was in the Iron Man film. When it came out, it had a V8 engine, 4.2 liter, shared with a lot of Audis, but then the V10 came later, shared with the Lamborghini Gallardo. But now here we are, 2024, the Audi R8 is out of production. This was the last year, and this one, the GT, to commemorate it, brand new in the wrapper.
Let's see, we've got a sticker price right here on the MSRP. $253,290.
Just 41 miles on this car. It's number 264 of the final build out of 333 final editions.
Take a look through the back, the glassed-in engine. You know, I spent a week one time with an Audi R8, and you know, I actually found it pretty frustrating because I couldn't find a road where I could drive it to its limit. It's one of those cars that is just so good. It hugs the road so well. By the time the week was over, it was like I just couldn't find any place where I was capable of getting this car anywhere close to its performance limits.
$265,000 is the hammer price for that Audi R8 GT. Let's check with April Rose.
If you ever come out to Barrett-Jackson, you can hang out in the staging lanes. This is where all the cars on the block roll through, like this beautiful 1987 GNX. Now, they only made 547 of them, and it has super low miles. It was parked when it was new, 282 miles. That's why you see all the dirt still left on. They want to tell you this is a true survivor. Now, you can see on the dash, this is number 332, and they were faster than a Ferrari F40 at the time. Now, they started as a Grand National, sent off to get tricked out. That 3.8 six-cylinder got a larger turbo, an intercooler. They got fender flares and those sweet mesh wheels, all done in all black, all of them. No flashy colors. Nothing says, look at me. It's not a show off until you hear that turbo spool up, and it's the most beautiful symphony you've ever heard, Bob.
Has there ever been one of those, April, that you didn't like? I haven't seen it. Here is lot 1413, a 2005 Ford GT with all 4 options.
That's the important thing. A whole whopping 4 options that were available in this car back when it was new, and all 4 of those options together added about $13,500. So what were they? Well, you got the polished BBS forged aluminum wheels, the red painted brake calipers, the upgraded Macintosh stereo system, and of course those very expensive racing stripes.
Well, and what you got before the options was an amazing car. Mid-engine 5.4-liter supercharged. That supercharger sits right behind your head, and you get to row your own gears with a 6-speed manual. So this is an analog supercar right here. One of my favorite cars that I have ever driven.
Yeah, not only does it work great, it looks great. It has that GT40 look from the late 60s, but the great thing is they've done a perfect job of making it just a little bit bigger. I always call it an 11/10 car, because if you've seen, we've had a couple of the GT40 Superformance cars go across the block. They're smaller.
$410,000. We'll send that Ford GT to its new owner, plus 10% buyer's premium. Let's check in at the Meguiar's staging lanes. The sun is setting, but not the level of interest in the cars that keep coming to the block. Nearly 2,000 cars total in this year's Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale winter sale. Here's a 1964 Lincoln Continental customized convertible.
Well, this body style came out in 1961. Elwood Engel was responsible for it. If you've ever seen the 1959, 1960 Lincoln Continental, it is much, much wilder looking. And they decided it was so expensive to build, and frankly, that wasn't forward looking. They decided to come up with a completely different concept. That's what Elwood Engel did, and this was the car they came up with, and it turned out to be a huge hit, especially when you compare what Cadillac had in 1961. It was a completely different concept, and check out the number on this build.
Well, you saw the whole crew get out of this car like it was an episode of Entourage. One of these Lincolns was a popular fixture in that show. You can see it looks like a supercharged Coyote under the hood, sitting on a custom chassis, nice and low with the oversized wheels that look stock, though. Beautiful build.
Well, that may well be a world record. $600,000. Great collector John Staluppi and his Cars and Dreams Museum down there in Palm Beach, Florida. Wow. Among the cars coming up is this 1972 Chevrolet K5 Blazer with a 6.2-liter V8, just completed by Decked Out Customs in Oxnard, California.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Beautiful night outside for more than one reason. Thank you, ladies. I'm Bob Varsha. Thanks to Mike Joy for sitting in while I took a little bit of a breather. He now rejoins the stage rotation with Tyler Hoover and Rick DeBrule, and April Rose is out in the staging lanes. We've been talking all week about Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. The winner at the end of all of the 2024 Barrett-Jackson auctions will take home a brand new 2024 Dodge Hornet. So let's take a look at who's in the lead. Brody T. a substantial margin over Johnny A., who led earlier. 10 of the fantasy cars have now crossed the block. 2 are left, so there's still time to make hay in the scoring. Now on the block is lot 1417, a 1972 Ferrari 365 GTB4 Daytona Spider Scaglietti conversion.
Yeah, so this started off as a coupe Daytona, and it was converted into a Spider, but it wasn't just converted by anybody. It was converted by Scaglietti. Scaglietti was the coachwork company that was based in Modena, just across the way from Ferrari, and was responsible for building some of the most famous Ferraris that came out of Italy during that era, the 250, the Testarossa. So to have a conversion done, if you're going to have it done by anybody, well, Scaglietti's the company you want to have do it.
Technically, we call these cut spiders when they were born as coupe. Richard Strayman's company outside Los Angeles did a lot of these on the West Coast, but as Rick says, this is the way you do it right. So this has the pop-up headlamps, but without the stainless steel band that was on the earliest cars. It does have the Borrani wire wheels with the 3-eared knockoffs, and of course a gated shifter for that 5-speed transmission. Redline, well, 7,000, of course.
Yeah, you make a great point about the Scaglietti conversion. Basically, it's the factory taking the roof off a coupe once they realized that these Spiders were enormously popular. You can find some that have been done by chop shops here and there, but as my friend Dario Franchitti, who has a factory modified car, will tell you, there's a huge difference. $600,000 rolls it away, and I love it in yellow. So the Italian import rolls away, and a Japanese import rolls in. It's lot 1417.1. It's a 2012 Lexus LFA.
Beautiful in red with chromed wheels and a light beige interior. I don't recall we've ever had 2 LFAs in one Barrett-Jackson auction.
Well, I tell you what, we're seeing a lot of things that we haven't normally seen at Barrett-Jackson. A lot of things are breaking the bank. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's that Brabus 6-wheel drive vehicle that just went across or 2 LFAs. And as we mentioned earlier, this was never designed to be a car that was going to make money for Lexus. It was just to bring halo. It was just to bring style, and just for everybody to get the attention to know that Lexus can build performance cars.
552 horsepower V10, 6-speed sequential automatic gearbox. Only 23 of the 156 cars delivered to the U.S. market were done in absolutely red. Those cream leather seats are part of a $9,000 custom interior option. 9,000 RPM V10.
So that engine was a combination of both Toyota together with Yamaha, working to build an engine that was capable of being considered a supercar. And boy, were they able to achieve it. You know, when that thing gets a chance to rev up, it sounds awesome.
I'm a little confused by the triple exhaust pipes. Perhaps this is like a Porsche Turbo, where 5 cylinders feed each side and the other one is for the turbo wastegate.
Or it just looks cool and different.
Formula One cars only have one. $625,000. Back at you, buddy. Nice buy. And the sold sticker goes on. And we're going to stay right here because something special this way comes. It's lot 1418, 58 Corvette Custom Convertible.
First year for the quad headlights and a lot of Baroque styling touches. That very toothsome grille, the chrome headlight bezels, the washboard hood, and the stainless tusks over the trunk lid.
We've seen quite a parade of custom Corvettes crossing the block today, and boy, the work that goes into them. And you have to understand that just because you buy the pieces, you can buy an Art Morrison or a Roadster Shop chassis, just because you can buy a crate engine to stick into it, just because you can buy reproductions of these tusks that go on the back. Putting all the pieces together is not as easy as it sounds. There's a lot of massaging that works to get the panels just right. And then to figure out, how do I make it different than somebody else's 1958 that's going to go across? All the work that goes into this, quite frankly, is off the charts in terms of man hours.
Black with silver coves and lipstick red interior. Aftermarket gauges, steering wheel.
$310,000 takes it. And with that, we go to April.
Hey, Bob, out here in the staging lanes, we're having a party out here, especially with this 2018 Ferrari 488 Challenge. Now, the challenge means that this is the real deal race car, baby. Now, I fell in love with these when I was working for the IMSA series, following them around, and they are just so sweet. Now, what makes them different from the non-racing 488 is the giant spoiler and center lock wheels. Also, you got the racing fuel tank inlet, and there's no glass on the side doors. Now, if you can look inside at all, it's really tough to get in and out of there. They got these huge racing seats with big bolsters and a roll bar, but the steering wheel, it actually is removable, so it always helps with that. Now, the most important part, it's Hart, a mid-engine twin-turbo 3.9 V8, getting you 670 ponies. Man, this is one sweet ride, Bob.
It is that. A regular campaigner in the Ferrari Challenge, which is a single mark series. Been racing for decades around the world, more recently here in the United States. I've called some of their races, and they are competitive. Now we're at $200,000 bid on a 72 Chevy K5 Blazer custom SUV.
A big bad resto mod here with a 6.2-liter LS swap, black over white two-tone, and black and white houndstooth upholstery.
200,000 takes it away. Boy, it seems like a million years ago the 200,000 was a cause for acclaim from the huge crowd here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Now it's ho-hum.
Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auction. Here in the staging lanes, the sun may have set, but we still have hundreds of amazing cars to go, including this, lot 1429.2. And with a blueprint engine cam, let's take a look under the hood, which is already up, the incredible engine bay presentation on the SLR. 5.4 liters supercharged intercooled engine right here that was supplied by Mercedes, but tuned by McLaren to 617 horsepower. You can see it's mounted behind the front wheels, so it is mid-engine on this incredible car that was a cooperation between Mercedes and McLaren. Of course, they're known for their amazing doors, these dihedral butterfly doors, and amazing styling. This one looks brand new.
Yes, it does. Sweet driving cars. Thank you, Tyler. Now on the block is lot 1421, 2018 Lamborghini Huracan Performante. April showed it to us earlier.
Yeah, an interesting option, 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds, top speed 202, and active aerodynamics, which adjusts the car's profile for increased downforce or reduced drag depending upon driving conditions.
Yeah, it's interesting. You take a car that's a Huracan, and then you say, what else can I do with it? Add a little more performance to it.
$200,000 takes it away. The party goes on. Now here's one of our coming up cars we showed you earlier in the broadcast. Lot 1421.1 is a 1987 Buick Grand National GNX.
They bought this car brand new because they watched a TV commercial where they said it was the fastest U.S. production car built. They brought it home, they stuck it in their garage, and they put it under a car cover, and it sat in that spot up until about a month and a half ago or so when they reached out to us about selling it here at Barrett-Jackson. Truly an opportunity to buy an absolute garage barn find that has not been touched since it was parked in 1987.
And that's why we didn't have it detailed.
Still has the original dealer plate on it. Tony Moore Buick, Lawrenceville, Georgia, north of Atlanta. So a one-owner car, and in the garage since May 2nd, 1988, 282 actual miles.
Now, normally when a car gets up onto the block, it has been buffed and shined multiple times. In fact, there's a crew of people shining the cars just before they get up here. Not this one. They've left all the dust on it. Well, that's what their point. It's in the wrapper. Once again, if it's been parked all this time, not sure how old the dust is, but look at the seat wrappers. Look at the back seat cover. It is brand new.
Well, let's not go quite that far because there's been some age, deterioration, and I wouldn't call it patina. Up here at the front bumper, there is a rubber assembly that separates the bumper from the grille and headlight area so that it can react to collision, and you know, age has taken its time. Maybe ultraviolet rays if there was a window in the garage. We don't know. All we know is that this car is all but factory fresh because it was put away new.
And the point being, as we often say, they're only original ones. If you want to see how it rolled off of the line, this is exactly the car you want to take a look at.
And the rubber in the back has had the same kind of deterioration and cracking as the piece in the front. Well, we're at $200,000, so I would imagine replacing those parts would be pretty easy and inexpensive.
Honestly, this is not a car you're going to get in and drive on the highway because you may have some of those same issues in the engine as well. Oil seals that don't work as well as they used to, rubber pieces. Before you would drive this, you would have to recondition it. But I have a feeling nobody's buying this to drive it.
Let's call it a project car. $210,000. Nicely done. What do we have next? 1972 Chevy K5 Blazer Custom SUV.
You know, there have been so many of these this week, and Broncos too, in this light metallic mint green. I'm beginning to really like it. I'm a sucker for these GM two-tones, white down the body side, but this is a monochrome treatment. You want the two-tone, you better go under the hood where all of the engine dress-up equipment on this 6.2-liter V8 is the secondary color of off-white.
This one built by Decked Out Customs, which is out in Oxnard, California, just north of Los Angeles. They bought a bunch of them. They've also had some of the cars that were in the Barrett-Jackson Cup, one of the 47 that was part of that show.
Again, a recently completed build, so we're not going to expect to see any evidence of dust and rocks on our chassis cam. Not sure we'd need the chassis cam. You could almost walk underneath this after the lift that it's gotten.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, finish that beautiful mint green over the oyster interior. Rolling on 20,
Little shorty exhaust on this one that ends under the body in front of the rear axle.
$220,000 takes it. Now we're selling a car for a worthy cause.
Well, JDRF is one of our favorite charities, and Ford Motor Company, we can't thank them enough for everything they do. Matt Simpson, General Manager of Enthusiast Vehicles for Ford Motor Company. Tell us a little bit about the VIN-1 Dark Horse we have here. Matt?
Yeah, we're really excited to bring VIN-1 all-new Mustang Dark Horse here to raise money for JDRF. We've been partnered with them since '98. Raised over $7 million just here at Barrett-Jackson. We're going to make that number a little bigger tonight. Dark Horse, first all-new Mustang nameplate over 2 decades. Mustang's been in its, we're going to celebrate our 60th birthday this year. Mustang's never left the market. We have no plans to. Dark Horse, this is VIN number 1, blue ember metallic, all-new color, handling pack, appearance pack, Recaros, painted stripes. Notably, this is the most powerful 5-liter V8 we've ever put in a Mustang, 500 horsepower. Ford Motor Company still making V8s, no plan to stop. Great car here to raise some money.
Thank you, Matt. Let's raise some money for a great charity. Thanks Ford Motor Company for donating the VIN ones and not keeping them in their museum, but raising great money for great causes. Go, Joseph.
Now, usually when you buy VIN 1 at a charity auction at Barrett-Jackson, you have the right to order a car, and then you have to wait for it to be produced and delivered to your dealership. Not this. This car that is on the stage right here is VIN 001. The winning bidder writes his check directly to JDRF and gets to drive this car home.
And I love the fact that they've come up with a dark horse name. By the way, this is the second dark horse we've had cross the block this week here at Barrett-Jackson. Of course, this one's special because it's 001. And as I said, it's really the first new name. I mean, they're not calling this a boss or anything else, a Mach 1 that they've named that they've used before. They've come up with something that is, you know, reaching to a new audience, something different that we haven't had before. And they've done it not by massively boosting the horsepower, you know, taking from 480 up to 500. I love the simplicity of what they've done. They've made this obtainable. It's a special car that people can afford.
Sure, they've done the Boss 302 twice. They've done the Mach 1 twice. Ford wanted younger buyers to have a Mustang of their own, and this is it.
Auctioneer Joe Mask guiding a future talent with the gavel. $300,000 for a great cause. Research into juvenile diabetes. We've got a break coming up, and we'll be back with more Barrett-Jackson now at the bottom of our 7th hour on the air of 10 on FYI and here on the History Channel. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Night has fallen overhead, but it's a balmy Arizona evening, and the action continues on the red-hot Barrett-Jackson auction block. It's been an amazing day. Millions of dollars in cars sold. There's a beautiful Chevy Corvette custom convertible heading out the door. Next up will be a 1956 Ford Thunderbird custom topless roadster.
And the name of this car is Freebird. Of course it is, because it's a freestyle version of a 56 T-Bird. Lower, a much more modern 5-liter V8 than it was born with. Disc brakes all the way around. Gleaming base coat, clear coat, gray metallic paint, and dark red interior.
Yeah, the engine bay presentation with this Coyote is just beautiful. All the wiring tucked in, hidden underneath the wheel wells and then firewall. Lowered to the ground and nicely shaved with the door handles, chrome removed in the right places. And it's a topless roadster, so look at those humps in the back.
Yeah, the little headrest fairings here kind of look like the Sport tonneau that was on the 3rd generation Thunderbird, available as an option. Beautifully done. Freebird, of course.
Beautiful engine turned interior. You can see how they LED backlit the gauges in there. Looks like vintage air system stereo as well. Beautiful.
The trunk is finished as nicely as the interior. Leather lined, top and bottom.
And I think those wide wheels in the back would not have fit a stock body or chassis, so it's been tubbed a little bit as well.
$350,000 takes it. Now, we can tell by the prices that these cars are bringing where they stand with the bidders, but how about the average fans out there? What are their favorite cars from this massive collection? April Rose went to find out.
I love coming to Barrett-Jackson, but especially here in Scottsdale. With over 2,000 cars crossing the block, this is the pinnacle of the auction world. And my favorite part is finding out what everyone's got their eye on.
Well, I like the Italian cars like the Ferraris and Lamborghinis.
I gotta love the GT40.
So far, I've really liked all of the Broncos, especially the vintage ones.
My favorite was the Sea Ray. There's a 37-foot Sea Ray out there. Fantastic. I'm gonna try to convince my wife to let us live on that.
I love that Packard, the purple Packard. I've got all the girls, and I'd load them up in there, and we'd go get ice cream or something. So.
Okay, so you're dad of the century, pretty much.
Dad of the century in that car.
What do you have your eye on?
Demon 170.
Okay, so you like power.
A lot of power.
And style.
And horsepower.
And going fast.
And doing wheelies.
Does the color matter?
It's red and it matters. It's freaking unbelievable.
Hey guys. There is a 1972 Porsche outside with the deepest black you've ever seen. It is absolutely gorgeous.
So this Maserati, I love the white exterior, and then it has the butterfly doors.
She is dangerous.
My dream car since I was a kid was that Lexus LFA, and if I could afford it, that would be it.
That Superbird back behind me over there, just a giant fan of it.
We should take a ride in it later, right?
Oh yeah.
1954 Ford Crestliner. That was our first car, the first date that I took her out in 61 years ago.
It isn't 61 years ago, it's about 64 years ago.
Oh, see, you're in the doghouse now. What do you have your eye on?
All of them.
There really is something here for everyone. I could do this all day. Just the endless variety that you only see at Barrett-Jackson.
No question about that. Thanks, April. And that old boy is in the doghouse. Here's lot 1425.1, a 1955 Chevy 210 Custom Coupe.
So born as the mid-level sedan at Chevrolet, but now it has a new 485 horsepower LS3 engine, 4L80E automatic transmission, and the body and cab on this are completely new from Real Deal Steel, reproducing these.
Modern LS engine, modern Art Morrison chassis underneath, extra stopping power, and you can see that interior. They went full custom on it. It looks like a center console that wraps front to back in that thing.
Now the 210 trim along the side is long gone. Beautiful interior, all but full-length console.
It sells for $100,000. And the Summit Racing sticker goes on. The sales price, $100K, is written in. Off it goes, back to its parking place here in one of the showcases. And then on to its new home. Back to the block now. Here's a 66 Chevy 2 Nova Custom Coupe.
There is no end to these 66 and 7 two-door hardtop Novas. This one also has an LS swap, root beer metallic with a cognac interior. Again, full-length console, modern gauge package. Very unlike the compact economy car this was born as.
Yes, and it's named Novatron, like it's a transformer. You can see the ground effects in the lower. That's where all of the aerodynamics modifications have been done to make this thing look, well, 60 years newer. A lot of thought went into it, and I think it does look really good.
Under the hood, ladies and gentlemen, a
Huge Willwood disc brakes, front and rear, much wider wheels and tires than it was born with, aerodynamic enhancements front and rear, de-badged, de-chromed, de-contented, but delightful.
Most certainly. To think this has started out probably as an inline-6 economy car that cost under $2,000, and now it has this center exit massive exhaust, fire-breathing LS under the hood. Beautiful color.
And $150,000. Hopefully the consignor will think is a beautiful sale price. Now don't forget, Barrett-Jackson.com is your source for everything related to the world's greatest collector car auctions. So check it out, Barrett-Jackson.com. And pulling up center stage is lot 1426.1, a 67 Ford Mustang Eleanor Tribute Edition.
Well, this one with the 428 big block and fuel injection in this one. No air cleaners, don't need them where we're going. 4-speed transmission. Why are there so many Eleanor Tributes at Barrett-Jackson? Because there are so many people that want to bid on them and buy them. Heim joints here for the suspension, adjustable camber plate, and bracing all added.
Well, take the movie away, and it's just a beautiful design. This was reimagined by Chip Foose for the film, and the body modifications really do set this thing off. And this one is movie accurate. If you look inside, it does have the Go Baby Go shifter and the nitrous in the back window. So Nicolas Cage in the movie could open it up and jump across that mile of wrecked cars in the climax of the movie.
Pepper gray metallic, of course, with black stripes. And Denise Halicki has signed the paper, the certificate of authenticity that this is an authorized Eleanor Tribute Edition.
Boy, those 67 taillights, when they're upgraded to LED, they just light up the world. Holy smokes. And you can see the side pipe exit exhaust, which was integrated into the body with this Chip Foose design. That pepper gray paint, a little extra metallic maybe in this one just to help it pop a little bit with the black stripes. Beautiful car.
$300,000 and counting.
Some daytime running lights in the front too. Some blue LEDs. You can see he just turned a key to start it up. Looks like something out of a modern car there, and the two fog lights in the center. It's just such a great design, and being a movie car.
One bidder's done, and the hammer falls at $340,000. And a smooch for good measure. Wow, nicely done indeed. So, what's next? A 67 Corvette custom convertible.
Hold on just a second. 1427 is where we're at. 1427, the board is correct now. The board is correct. Let's start over. 1427 is what we're going to do. Thank you. Here's a 1967 Chevy Corvette custom convertible. It's powered by the LS3 engine, Borla ITB induction paired, 6-speed manual transmission. The board is correct. The right car is on the block. Here's 1427.
You know, if you've been watching our coverage of Barrett-Jackson all week long, hours and hours and lots of cars crossing the block, you see a lot of a lot of commonalities. We've seen a lot of SUVs from Ford and Chevy, a lot of Corvette customs and so on. You may be thinking, well, aren't they all the same? No, they're not anywhere close to being the same. And if you are a savvy bidder, you're checking them all out to figure out which ones are in your budget. And if you don't get that one because you're outbid, there's going to be another one along fairly shortly.
This Corvette has a 427 cubic inch LS3 done by Blueprint Engines, which means the owner got a dyno sheet indicating horsepower and torque figures as they test all of their engines before they are shipped out. Got a Roadster shop chassis, beautiful Elkhart Lake blue paint.
And of course, you could get a 427 in 1967, highest horsepower 435. Obviously, this one's going to have a lot more than that. Modern chassis underneath and braking help this thing handle and stop as well. You see some slight body changes as well. Modern side view mirrors, unique touch.
So here's the thing about that horsepower rating. A horsepower curve starts off and goes up and peaks and goes over. If you look at the horsepower curve for the 435 horse engine, it goes up and it stops. For insurance purposes, maybe? Conservative estimates, that engine put out 475 to 500 horsepower. Elsewise, why would you pay hundreds of dollars more for the 435 than the 425 just below it?
Another six-figure sale here at Barrett-Jackson. Plenty more where that came from. We've got a couple of hours to go yet. Coming up, to my earlier point, a 1970 Ford Bronco custom SUV, 5-liter V8 Ford, all sorts of goodies. Check it out. Welcome back onto the big top. How about that view from the luxury boxes? The packed bitter floor, grandstands full of fans, luxury lounge across the back of the room, all a part of the Barrett-Jackson collector car auctions. Now on the block is lot 1428, a 2006 Hummer. Now rolled away. But hold that thought. Here's lot 1428.1, a 1964 Jaguar E-Type Roadster.
Well, Malcolm Sayer was the guy who designed this, but he doesn't like to call himself a stylist. He would call himself an aerodynamicist because that's where he came from. He came from the aviation world, and it was all about aerodynamics. And when he was designing this car, it was all about how sleek could you make it go through. Series 1, 1964. Of course, it has the covered headlights. It also, under this hood, has the 3.8-liter engine. Later, they would move to the 4.2-liter engine, which we saw roll across the black earlier today.
Those are Dayton wire wheels rather than their British Dunlop equivalents. I believe these are 72 spoke, and the Dunlops would have been 60s. Opalescent maroon, both the exterior and the maroon interior as well. Beautiful Series 1 car. Henry N. Manny was Road and Track's Formula One correspondent, and he wrote of the XKE, or the E-Type, when it first came out in 1961, and called that car the greatest crumpet collector known to man.
You know, it's interesting when you look at the evolution of the, the XK series. Of course, this being the F-Type. Then they went through the XKJS, the XKJ, XKS, the XK8, the XKR. I don't think they really got back to the proper roots until they got to the F-Type, which, when you think about it, was the actual true evolution of the E-Type.
Now, the rear suspension on this car is quite unique for its time. The differential is mounted to the frame with isolated rubber mounts, and the disc brakes are inboard, and then there are half shafts to carry the power out to the wheels through the uprights. That XKE suspension has found its way onto many, many street rods since it was introduced here.
170,000 takes it, and if you're wondering what Henry Manny meant by crumpet, she just wrote on the sold sticker. Here's Here's lot 1429, a 2011 Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG.
Wow, what a beautiful supercar this is. The return of the Gullwing. And in its modern version, not only do the doors lift up Gullwing style, but for safety reasons, they had to incorporate a mechanism to blow the doors off the car literally in the event that it overturned. They had to do that in order to get federal acceptance for the Gullwing doors. But what a unique styling touch. Not so unique anymore since Tesla's done it with their Falcon Wing doors on their SUV. But yes, this is the way it should be.
We're used to seeing the letters AMG on more than a few Mercedes that have crossed the block this week here at Barrett-Jackson. But what is unique about this is the first car that AMG essentially designed from the ground up. They didn't just take another Mercedes, do a few modifications, slap on the AMG letters. This is an AMG designed and built product. They wanted to see what they could do, and this was the first time they did it all on their own.
We turn at 92, 192, 195, 195, Chiefs, 195, 195,
$192,000 for that Mercedes-Benz AMG. And next up is a car that April showed us earlier. 2018 Ferrari 488 Challenge.
Well, there are Ferraris, and then there are Ferraris. Some are dual-purpose road and track cars. This one is going to the racetrack to race in IMSA. There's Dennis Collins, the consigner of this one. 7-speed Formula One automatic transmission behind that turbocharged V8 with 670 horsepower.
Yeah, because this was used in the Ferrari Challenge, and an important thing to notice is what is here on the car card, where it points out not street legal. This is purely built for the track. This is a race car. Ferrari started doing the concept of the Ferrari Challenge with the 348s, and then as time evolved and their cars evolved, they also began to evolve and move them along, and now we were at the point where with the 488, well, it was a much more sophisticated race car.
Rick, I won't differ with you because it's probably not street legal a lot of places, but it does have a 17-digit VIN. There is probably a title that accompanies it. I'll bet you I could get plates for this in Florida and other states that are quite a bit liberal as to what they will and won't register. It'd be fun to try anyway.
Well, and I think the point that Barrett-Jackson makes when they write that on there is that most places you go, you're not going to be able to do it. You might be able to do it by twisting a little bit here and there, but they want to make sure that the people who are buying the cars here at Barrett-Jackson know what they're buying, that this isn't just another cool-looking Ferrari that I can go, drive in, well, North Dakota.
$152,000, and that gentleman has it. Now to April.
Hey Bob, I'm with this 1968 Shelby GT350H, and it is a true survivor. It is so cool to see because not many are left that are as beautiful as this. Now, it also has a cool story. It was ordered by Hertz to be a rental, but never picked up. It's had 4 owners since, but one parked it from '84 to 2019, and that is how it survived, including this beautiful candy apple red paint. It's been completely gone through with everything repaired and rebuilt as needed, but still preserved its originality. Now it's got the 302 V8 automatic optioned with factory air, and take a look inside. It's just as original with that saddle interior, original working AM radio, and get this, it even has the original headliner. How is that possible? I have no idea, Bob.
It's a long story. Now on the block, a 2005 Mercedes-Benz SLR McLaren.
Well, the Silver Arrow Edition, and look at how this paint reflects the light. Crystal Laurite Silver, and only available on these last build-out editions. Crystal Laurite with the dark red interior, the 300 SL Silver Arrow red leather interior. Wonderful car.
And the importance is it is both Mercedes and McLaren, back when Mercedes owned about 40% of McLaren. And so this was a joint project, built it between 2003 and 2010. And if you look at the nose of this car, you'll notice it doesn't look like the other Mercedes that we've seen going across the block, the homage to the 300 SLs with that wide grille. What you have on this one is what we'll call the anteater grille. The anteater nose up here, because this was supposed to emulate a Formula One car.
Not gull-wing doors, but rather butterfly doors. Hinged from the A-pillar at top and bottom. And there's that beautiful interior. Just an amazing performance car. And if you think this paint looks bright here, you should see it out in the Arizona sun.
Just for the record, Mike, everything looks better with the Arizona sun. Unless, of course, it's August and it's beating down upon you. Closed in on $300,000. Well, you know, these cars are actually selling pretty quickly here at Barrett-Jackson these days, and for an auctioneer to figure out where the corner of the skybox was one last bid, it's not easy.
$302,000 at the Hammer. Oh, what have I done? You bought your dream car.
SUV. The rest of them on is powered by a second generation 5-liter V8 engine, backed by the 6 R80.
Okay, now here's a vehicle we showed you earlier, a 1974 Bronco Custom SUV.
Well, it's called a custom, but I like the way it stays true to its roots with a standard Bronco grille here. And we'll try to get the hood up. Oh, we're close. Just one more secondary latch. That's it. That's it. We've done it. There's your 5-liter, modern 5-liter V8 under hood. Ready to go. 6R80 automatic transmission, Dana transfer case, aluminum 9-inch Ford rear end. 3-inch body lift, 2.5-inch suspension lift. Ready to go anywhere you'd like.
Yeah, we've seen a number of these that have crossed the block this week, and really it just boils down to what combination do you want, because it can be built that way, and we've seen everything come across, you know, with the Dana 20 transfer case that this one has. Looking underneath, the great thing with this lift is I can pretty much see everything the way it's been built, and it is brand new. It's essentially just rolling off the block for the first time.
$147,000.
Congratulations, John.
Brought a smile to the face of John Stallupi. We've got a break coming up, but as you can see, we have lots of cars still to come. So stick around. We've got hours of coverage remaining here on Super Saturday at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale inside this 9-story 10. Each year at Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auctions gathers 2,000 of the world's finest collectible cars, sends them across the block, this year at no reserve. On the block is a 1970 Chevy K5 Blazer Custom SUV.
Well, this one's been treated to an LT1 small block, but it's a Chevy Connect and Cruise engine, 460 horsepower. It's an electronic fuel injection, computer controlled, but Chevrolet sells the whole thing as a package. Engine, transmission, a computer, all the electronics and the wiring. As they say, all you have to do is mount it, connect it, and go cruise. Great way to go hot rodding.
So I love all the detail that's been done on this, and I love all the details that the consignor is giving us. Remember, each one of the vehicles has what's called a car card. And in the car card, that's the description, you talk about the fact they have special Altman latches right there. Altman bear claw latches. They've given us every single detail about that.
I read a car card the other day that talked about the owner history that came with a 56 Bel Air, including what they found in the ashtray when the most recent buyer bought it. Gum wrappers. Now, did I need to know that? I don't think so.
$250,000 took that Blazer, and down in the McGuire staging lanes, here's Tyler.
Well, if you're watching television in disbelief, the shock of how much these customs are bringing, well, you have to look at it much more closely and look at it as artwork, as fine craftsmanship as it is, like this 1950 Chevrolet 3100 custom pickup truck. And just look at the details here. The Torx bolts, the custom welded radiator, the LS3 engine that's been painted to match the car with the carbon fiber covers. And then you can see, of course, the perfect paint job. But the details continue when you go into the interior, which we'll work our way down here. That carbon fiber treatment continues on the inside here with the dashboard and the center console. Diamond stitch seats. And it can't just be pretty on the outside and all the places that you can see. It has to be pretty underneath. And they wanted to show it with this truck by making the wood panel bed go up, and you can see the air suspension system here. 2 air compressors to fill up that tank to raise and lower the suspension. In its current form, it slams to the ground along with the fuel tank in the chassis that matches this orange color. Just flawless artwork.
We'll keep an eye out for it. Thanks, Tyler. Now cruising up to center stage. Lot 1432.1 is a 1972 Chevy K5 Blazer Custom. If you didn't get yours earlier, here's another shot.
Another beautiful GM two-tone. This one is teal and silver, wearing the colors of, let's say, a late 80s Blazer on this 72. And, well, they brought the whole family as the consigners. And that young lad hop out of the car. 6.2-liter Chevy LS swap, as we've seen many, many times. Power running boards, coil-over shock, remote reservoir shocks. Awful lot going on here.
Yeah, this was done by Z's Radical Rods, another Connect engine where they can GM Connect and cruise. And of course, underneath, it's got all the things that you want. I mean, it's got the NP205 transfer case, the Dana 60 axle assembly. You know, really, like I say, this. And look at, if you look underneath, look at the lighted suspension under there, and that is all absolutely brand new and fresh.
So's the interior, kind of a cafe au lait treatment here. Brand new seats in a very nice dark tan or light brown leather, if you will. That is a bench seat, not buckets. That little centerpiece flips up. Seating for 3, if you wish, across.
And a roll cage to help at least the front row and potentially some of the back row as well. So they've thought about all those little things. And of course, there you see underneath that rear end. And then I love all the detail that they've got just in the pinstriping that went around the Chevrolet lettering right there.
Wow, $180,000 bid. The bidders appreciate the quality of this resto modification.
Beadlock wheels, massive tires. It's what everybody wants these days.
$185,000 takes that K5 Blazer Custom. And she's pretty happy about that. Another break coming up, and we'll return for more great auction action from Scottsdale.
55!
We are back on the block at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. And The bidding continues on this Corvette custom convertible from 1964, and the hammer drops at $160,000. And speaking of Corvettes, a newer model will be coming in shortly, a 2019 ZR1.
Well, not just a ZR1, but it's a 3ZR. So it's a high performance and a high premium equipment group. It's also got the ZTK track performance packages. So, and in addition to that, it's also got the competition sports seat package. So after it's all said and done, you've added just about all the options you're going to add to make this not just a better performer, but a more enjoyable car to drive as well. You know, I mean, this is the end of the line for the front engine Corvette, but as you can see, you know, we've got this beautiful black styling, the carbon fiber touches right there, and this big carbon fiber wing on the back.
Magnetic ride control, sold new in Phoenix, less than 3,000 miles on the clock.
And the great thing about being here at Barrett-Jackson is what kind of Corvette do you want? You know, do you want a mid-engine? We've got those going across the block. You want the end of the front engine? We got those going across the block. You want vintage? It's been redone? We got plenty of those. It really boils down to what flavor Corvette you want to see crossing the block. And you know, when this Corvette came out, it was pretty special. I mean, they really went through and built a brand new Corvette. I think I might have mentioned earlier that only 2 parts when they came out with the C7 Corvette were interchangeable between the C6 and the C7. It was literally a brand new car from the ground up.
Sold $138,000, and that is Dale Ledbetter, who is a regular visitor to Barrett-Jackson, buying and selling cars. Away goes that Corvette. And into its place, a 65 Shelby Cobra FIA 289 Roadster.
Well, the body looks like the later 427 Cobra, but this is when they widened it to accommodate the wider track that was allowed by the 289. You all know the name Ken Miles from Ford versus Ferrari, and he was a very famous racer and development racer for Shelby's Cobras. I once got 2 letters and a phone call from Ken Miles back when the Cobra was new, back in 1964. To see the rest of the story, my son and I now have a YouTube channel called Joy Riding. 2 words, and I'll tell you the whole story about my interaction with Ken Miles. I was 14 years old. He didn't know that.
You are such a tease. All right, we see a lot of reproductions rolling across the block. This is what's called a continuation car. It has a CSX number. In this case, it's 7000 series because it's a 289, not a 427. And I like the fact that they do the 289 continuation cars as well. It doesn't have to be a 427.
All right, one spotting cue for the 289 competition Cobra is that this car was built to run for the FIA World Manufacturer Championship. And in order to do so, it had to accommodate a suitcase of a certain size in the trunk. That's what these bump outs are for, to make sure that suitcase would fit in there and the lid would close.
$100,000 takes it up on the block. Here's a vehicle Tyler previewed for us earlier in the staging lanes. It's a 1950 Chevy 3100 custom pickup.
And we'll talk about this. We'll talk about that in just a second. But to your point, there's the great scene in Ford versus Ferrari when Ken Miles is banging away on the trunk because it wouldn't fit a suitcase. All right, back to the truck ahead of us right now, a 1950 Chevy 3100 pickup. And they have nicknamed this, I'm not sure if it's Orangus or Orangus. I'm going to go with Orangus because it's pretty orange from top to bottom.
Comes out of MS Classic Cars in Seekonk, Massachusetts. Been featured in a couple of different trucks. Custom orange chrome air paint. which is quite stunning, was painted right here in Peoria, Arizona. Diamond stitch seats, a lot of work out back too.
Well, I was going to say, forget the chassis cam. You can see everything you want to see up here. How about those Borla exhausts? How about that suspension in the rear? All the way to the point you can see the drive shaft coming through. It's bringing big money, and I can see why. The detail on this is spectacular, and I love the way they've got the orangish tint to the wood to match the color of the truck.
Creativity and craftsmanship ring the bell at Barrett-Jackson.
And this did indeed start life as a real 1950 Chevy. Imagine what it looked like in maybe the mid-50s, probably used and abused. Today, it is off the charts, spectacular, closing in on $300,000.
The crowd exhorting the bidders. Auctioneer Shane Ratcliffe about to have a come apart. Here we are, 305.
Sold at $300,000. And they couldn't be happier. Have fun with it, sir. Now, our next vehicle on the block is another of our fantasy vehicles. It's a 66 Ford Bronco custom SUV.
Well, this will be a little hard to pick because it's a twofer. You know, here is this beautiful all-black Bronco with its 5-liter Coyote 425-horse engine, 5-speed manual, Ford 9-inch rear, Dana axle, diamond stitch seats. Comes with a trailer and a whole lot more, like full doors with roll-up side windows and the hardtop. All of this goes with the Bronco. You can have it al fresco, you can have it enclosed. All you have to do is swap a few parts out.
Well, not only do you get the hardtop, you get the trailer with it, so you get the weight to tow it all as you go. One thing that's different about this particular Bronco build that we haven't seen most of the day when we see a lot of these come over is this does not have an automatic. This is a 5-speed manual transmission that they put into this, connected up to that modern generation 5-liter Coyote engine.
Big Method alloy wheels with bead locks. And a very creative presentation of everything that goes with this Bronco.
$150,000 takes it. Excuse me, I got to put you on hold for a minute. I'm buying a vehicle. Now here's a car that's coming up after a break, a 1971 Plymouth Cuda convertible. Factory powered by its matching numbers, 340 cubic inch engine, automatic transmission, and transaxle. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Things getting a little quieter over there in the showcase area. Occasional cars pulling out to take their place in the staging lanes, coming back with the sold stickers on them. All part of this massive tented complex that houses the entire collection of some 2,000 vehicles, all selling at no reserve this year in Scottsdale. On the block, lot 1438 is a 1958 Chevy Corvette custom convertible.
Yeah, this one's just on a Paul Newman chassis with an LT1 engine under the hood, 465 horsepower, going through that limited slip Dana 44. And you might ask yourself, why do we see so many Corvettes here at Barrett-Jackson? The bottom line is, this is what the buyers want. We have more than 180 cars, nearly 10% of the entire docket here at Barrett-Jackson in Scottsdale are Corvettes. But we see them come across in just about every form, and continually buyers like them and want them.
That man wanted it to the tune of $185,000, or else whoever he's talking to did. There's our Summit Racing sold sticker with the number on it, $185K. Now, here comes actually a very popular Ford, a 68 Shelby GT 350H.
Well, yeah, this is the interesting story that Tyler Hoover was telling us about just a little bit earlier, that this was actually ordered by Hertz to their specifications, but for some reason, it was never picked up. As a result, it never made it into the fleet. So as a result, it was then sold to the public. It's actually been listed in a particular book about Shelby, and this was actually owned by them. And of course, it's in 1968. Now, at this point, the construction of the Shelby GT350 had moved to Ford, moved away from Shelby American. And that happened for multiple reasons. Ford wanted to have more control over it, and Shelby was also taking the attitude that these cars were moving away from what they had initially planned. You know, he wanted those purists, those 1965, 66, which were pretty much just race cars at that moment in time. Now, don't get me wrong, Shelby was always all about making money, but at the same time, he also wanted a little more performance. And when you see where it goes in 69 and 70, you realize it gets further and further away from that original concept that Carroll Shelby envisioned. But if you're a fan of the GT500, 66, 67, boy, this is a great look, especially this front hood. It's just such a meaty looking thing. 1967, it's got two smaller inlets back there. This one, the big solid hood. When they first came out with one of the modern generation's Mustangs, they tried to copy that, and I thought they did a great job.
$165,000 takes that away. Wish somebody would leave one of those for me to pick up. But there it is. Now to Tyler.
Here's one of my favorite new Porsches being built today. It's a 2022 Porsche GT3 Touring. So it is a GT car, but very stealth looking on the outside. Even the color, the chalk gray paint, but it doesn't have all the crazy aero of the GT3 race car, but all the performance. You see the carbon ceramic brakes right there with the black wheels. And then those sport bucket seats on the inside. And this one is optioned perfectly. You can see it has the 6-speed manual transmission. Such a kudos to Porsche for making their top tier car still having a manual. Now this one also lacks the GT3 big wing on the back since it's the Stealth Touring, but it still has the engine, the stock 4-liter, normally aspirated 6-cylinder, which sounds insane. Isn't that awesome?
It sure is. Now here's a 69 Mustang Boss 302. We're at 100 and a quarter, 130 and counting.
Well, this is cool for multiple reasons. I mean, you know, I'm a big fan of the Boss 302, especially from this era. But what's really impressive about this is it's still wearing most of its original paint, still has most of its original drivetrain, along with that original Boss 302 engine. It's got the original carburetor, the original water pump, fuel pump, intake. This has been stored very well. In fact, if you come up and take a look at it, you know, you look at the hood and it doesn't look quite the way you'd expect one of these. It's been beautifully redone. You look at the paint, you see a little fading between some of the panels, but that's okay because you look on up here, it only has 29,921 original miles on the odometer. By the way, at the very back of the car, Mike Joy will be happy to know that the spoiler isn't at a complete up angle. It's kind of flat on this one, so it's almost coming close to generating some downforce.
$130,000 takes it. Cool car. My favorite color. Well, you've been hearing about it all week. Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. The winner at the end of all the 2024 Barrett-Jackson auctions will take home a spanking new 2024 Dodge Hornet. So here's a look at who is in the lead right now. No matter how many cars we still have to cross the block, remember, it's all of the Barrett-Jackson auctions in 2024. So we've got a long way to go. You can still play and maybe pick up a nice prize. Just go to promo.barrettjacksonfantasybid.com. Now back to the block we go. Oh my word. What? 2009 AM General Humvee Custom Military 6x6 pickup.
Never have I ever seen an IMSA Humvee. But I'll bet if this was running in the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona this weekend, everybody would get out of its way.
Well, you know, they had a few incidents at the beginning of the race. The thing that would happen is, well, you'd get into the incident, but you'd survive it better than all the other cars, and you'd take out a few cars with you. I can tell you this, when this was sitting over in the Showcase Pavilion, every time I walked by it, it had a crowd of people. Everybody wanted to come and take a look at this thing because it is such a wild build. Now, this started off as a legitimate Humvee. It has a serial number instead of an actual VIN number, which the Hummers are born with. But this Humvee started off in life as military. It's a long way from there.
So look at all the coilover shocks and the rocker arm suspension. Of course, you got to have two sets because you have two rear axles. And yes, that's a supercharged Hemi engine sitting there. And we're at a jaw-dropping $390,000, 400 bid.
So come back up front, because I'm not quite sure what these things are. Are these, front spoilers, or is it just a place to step on? Because it's got that, stop stuff right there.
And I really appreciate all of the vehicles that come across this deck. And I got to when the guys from Danton Arts Customs and Frenchie Exports came to the shop, they just barely missed SEMA, just weren't quite through with the final details. Brought it down there, and I told them, I said, guys, this has to go to Barrett. It is so amazing, so thought processed out, and so different than anything you'll ever see. And it is an absolute monster on the road. It's got a Hellcat motor in the back. It is just the thought process that these guys put into it. I'll let Frenchie Experts tell you. Let's let it roll. All right, let's go.
And now 450.
Well, we keep saying there's something for everyone at Barrett-Jackson, but I never thought there'd be this.
But what I love about this, whether I want it or not, is I love all of the creativity that went into it. Somebody took something and said, all right, let's throw the paper away, start clean sheet. Yeah, it's technically a Hummer, but it's going to go crazy from there. I mean, the mere concept that you've got this mid-engine, six-wheel drive beast of a car. Look at that, with the engine completely exposed. I'm just not sure where they came up with the idea. What were they thinking at the moment they went, yeah, I got an idea?
Did you see the shifter? You should. First off, the bomber seats that are there, and look at the shifter. It is a military helmet and more. And we're still going to the moon, it seems.
Right, so here's the big question. At what speed do you have to be at to make this rear wing functional? Because I don't know that I want to go fast enough in this thing to make that rear wing functional. Because, you usually have to be going pretty fast.
I did not wake up this morning thinking we would see a $700,000 Humvee roll across the auction block. Today, next year, ever.
$750,000. Are you kidding me? Good Lord. Wow. As it goes away, let's go to April.
Hey, Bob, just as exciting, 2017 Viper ARC Extreme. Now, this is the last year for the Viper, and they threw everything at it. This is a street legal race car. I mean, check this front splitter, really cool. Of course, the side diffusers right here in carbon fiber. Details, vents all across. I love the racing stripes across, offset with the red that continue all the way way to this massive carbon fiber wing. Man, this thing is incredible. Now, the power comes from its naturally aspirated 8.4 V10, giving you 645 horsepower. It has over $55,000 in options, carbon fiber package, extreme aero package. Inside has tons of carbon fiber details. I mean, this car is so fast. It actually holds more track records than any other production car in the entire world. Bob?
The unmistakable shape. And I mean the car. Here's lot 1440, a 1969 Chevelle Custom Coupe.
Boy, gleaming in silver and built by New England Muscle Cars in Lakeville, Massachusetts. A roadster shop spec chassis, Fox coilovers, a GM Performance 6.2-liter LS3 with a 6-speed automatic and a 9-inch rear with 370 gears. When we say 9-inch rear, that is the diameter of the ring gear, and it's a Ford product. It's a banjo type rear, meaning the ratio, the carrier for those gears is very easy to change. You don't have to take the rear end all apart as you would with a Salisbury axle. So a 9-inch became the standard in NASCAR racing, so much so that for 30 years, every brand of race car in the Cup Series used a Ford 9-inch rear. Been often duplicated.
By the way, quick postscript on the Hummer that went across the Humvee. It couldn't get off the ramp because it was too low. They had to raise the suspension up to pull it off.
There we go. Congratulations, Stephen.
$157,000. Next car up is the last of our fantasy bid vehicles. Good luck to everyone playing. Remember, the game goes on even after we wrap up here in Scottsdale. We'll be in Palm Beach in April next. And the game will go on there. Okay, here's a 1970 Chevy C10 custom pickup called McDreamy.
Well, another build from New England Muscle Cars. This is a 5.2-liter LSA engine, fully forged bottom end on that. That means forged crankshaft and rods. I love the color. It is Ferrari Grigio Ferro, and it's on a Roadster Shop Slam spec chassis as well. Beautiful gray metallic with red leather and Alcantara.
It's called the Patrick Dempsey of pickup trucks, McDreamy. I love the fact that they've raised the bed back there. Got these big, wide tire fenders back there. And another subtle thing that they've done here, when you look at the rear window, when you look at the front window, there is no accessory. The chrome strips that go in there, it's just mounted flush, very similar to modern cars and what you'd find. So that's both back there and up here as well. So it's a nice, clean look.
Again, creativity and craftsmanship ring the bell.
To the tune of $170,000. I wonder if Patrick Dempsey ever copyrighted that Dr. McDreamy. Well, never mind.
And he's a Porsche guy after all.
I used to be a lawyer, I think that way. Now here's a car we flashed before your eyes earlier in the broadcast. Lot 1441 is a 1971 Plymouth Cuda convertible.
1971, the Cuda got a different nose, shared the quad headlights with the Challenger. This is the 340 cubic inch engine, automatic transmission, Chrysler 8 3/4 inch axle, and I love the color, Curious Yellow. If you went to the art cinemas back in the day, you know what I'm talking about.
Curious Yellow on top. Let's see what it looks like underneath as it rolls across the chassis cam. We're going to see that 340 cubic inch V8 engine going all the way back to that Chrysler 8 3/4 inch rear axle. Nicely done. Looks just as good on the bottom on the top. Okay, two things about this car make it unique and special for 1971. First is the color you were just talking about, Curious Yellow, which, interestingly enough, almost looks slightly green up here on the block. The other thing that's special about it is this billboard right here, because it was very difficult to put that on, that 340 billboard. As a result, after a while, they decided we're not going to do that at the factory, because once again, when this was rolling through the factory, they only got about a minute or so to put that on. Well, that's not something you can do in just a minute. So finally they said, look, we're not going to do that anymore. So the combination of this color together with that billboard make it special.
Brings a tidy $200,000 at the Hammer. Very attractive, I think. We've got another break coming up, but stick around. So much more as we approach the end of our 8th hour of 10 here on FYI and the History Channel. We'll be back as we march to the end of the evening. 47 amazing vehicles gathered in Scottsdale this week to participate in the Barrett-Jackson Cup, presented by Castrol, which showcases the talent and craftsmanship of custom car and truck builders from across the country. And live on our air earlier today, we announced the winners. A 1961 Volvo PV44 known as Iron Maven won the People's Choice Award. Led by Bogue Leitner, it was built by over 165 women from across the country. Very cool. And the ultimate best of show winner was a 1960 Buick Invicta that was meticulously built by Andy Leach at Cal Automotive Creations. Just a beautiful build. Congratulations to both winners. It was another great event that Barrett-Jackson puts together here in Scottsdale. And we are back. And on the block is lot 1442.1, a 1962 Chevy Impala SS Custom Coupe.
Yeah, body off, frame off, rotisserie restoration. Looks great under the lights.
$270,000. Now that's styling. Next up, a 2023 Jeep Gladiator custom pickup called Elephant.
Well, I mean, you got to take that Hemi name and have a little more fun with it, because it's a beast, right? A massive thing. We don't have a trunk, but we do have a big winch on the front. And let's see, the Elephant that came across yesterday, yeah, here it is. If we can come up to the side, you know, we're used to seeing some of the graphics that you get on some of the Chrysler products. But when we come over to the very side, I want to just show this little graphic here. It's, you know, not a Hellcat, not a Demon. It is a Elephant, a little elephant that they built into it. Pretty subtle. I like that.
The paint is pumpkin metallic, not pumpkin, punk-en.
Obviously, they started with a Gladiator. They're proud of that, put that big name on the back. But the main thing is that they've got that massive horsepower engine up front. Over 1,000 horsepower coming out of this in the final version that they've created. And I love the massive torque that they've got, 950 foot-pounds of torque.
AMW provided the running gear for this one.
$175,000. And they got there quickly. I like the Formula One AlphaTauri shirt. And there it goes. Barrett-Jackson.com. Remember, that's the place to go with all your questions about Barrett-Jackson. Events, tickets, dockets, how to bid, how to just hang out. Gathering of the clan in the automotive business. Barrett-Jackson.com. Here is lot 1443.1, a 2023 Dodge Challenger SRT Demon 170.
6.2 liter high output engine, Torque Flight 8-speed automatic. It has the Hellcat Red Eye wide body package, premium group, Demon 170, power sunroof, and carbon fiber 2-piece wheels. MSRP was $142,000.
So why do they call it a 170? Well, technically it can run on E85 fuel, which, well, technically is only an 83% alcohol at its max. But if you think about alcohol in drinks, 85% is 170 proof. It's a 170 proof car right there.
That is so clever.
Must be I didn't think of it. Some marketing guy at Chrysler did. Boy, the sticker price on this thing would have been about $150,000, but you'd have to find one to buy it.
Well, $220,000 takes this one.
170 proof.
Isn't it a little sketchy that the automobile executives were going to alcohol to come up with a name? I don't know.
Plenty of names came out of alcohol over the years.
Yeah, no kidding.
Now, this is something really special. Looks like something I saw at the Ford season preview in Charlotte. It's a Bronco R, actually a DR race truck. This is one of Ford CEO Jim Farley's pet projects, built by Larry Holt's Multimatic. That's the company up in Canada that built all of the Ford GTs, both the road and race versions. And yes, you can buy this truck and take it off-road racing right from here.
In fact, that's what you're supposed to do with it, because once again, on the car card, they point out it is not street legal. But take a look at that suspension under there. Take a look at these front struts and everything. The A-arms, man, they have gone to town in terms of the way they built them to be both strong and light at the same time. This is truly a race vehicle.
A full roll cage, Recaro full containment racing seats and harness. And yeah, ready to go racing. I would open this door, but I don't believe it opens. All kinds of electronics on the dash. I mean, this looks like the glass panel that you would find in a small airplane. Mounts for the Lowrance navigation, off-road navigation system. You want to go run the Baja 1000? Here you go.
Well, this is absolutely race ready. And you got to remember, Bronco made its name back in the early days, you know, with Bill Stropp and Parnelli Jones running the Baja 1000, the Baja 500.
And look at this number, $390,000. Okay, $400,000 for a all but race ready Multimatic Ford Bronco DR.
And that's where it leaves us, $400,000. I'm sure that new owner can picture himself flying off the dunes, bouncing down the roads of Baja. We got a break coming up as we come to the end of our 8th hour, with 2 more hours to go here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Lots of cars still to come across the block. Welcome back. On the block, we have some good money. $300,000 is the hammer price on this Porsche that Tyler showed us earlier.
An all but new Porsche GT3. I drive one of these. Carbon fiber hood, carbon fiber roof. This is the touring edition. You take the wing off and the car is worth more. I don't understand that. Mine has the big swan neck wing. This is without. This is a highly prized car. The big question on these is, do you order them with these seats, the lightweight carbon fiber bucket seats with these shark blue belts as you see here, or do you get them with the 18-way adjustable seats that some people call sofas? Make mine comfortable. Thank you very much.
Right there with you, Mike. Now, lot 1446 is a 63 Corvette split window coupe. We're at 75,000. Nope, we're at 125,000.
Yeah, it's moving fast. And the reason being, this is a pretty special one. I mean, we've seen a number of customs rolling across the block today where they've taken original 1963s and, you know, done them to whatever specs they felt they wanted. And this one is an all numbers matching frame-off restoration, 327 cubic inches under the hood, 340 horsepower. You know, when this was new, back in 1963, the price for this split window would have been about $4,200, $4,250 as a base sticker price. Yeah, well, those days are long gone, especially with this one. We're right now sitting at $185, zooming in on $200,000. And when you look at the car card, boy, they've got all kinds of information here, the way they're decoding it. Looking at the date coded here and the date, they've got every little ounce of information, all the kind of details you want with when you're trying to make the point that this is very original. This has all that information to back it up, which is why we're closing in on $300,000.
Matching numbers automobile, and it's got a 4-speed. You get the NCRS shipping data report and window sticker. 95, and now 95, and 295, how you feeling, Ryder? And 295, and 295, again, a 555, motivating, and 295, you say it, and 295 and a half. Sold for
$290,000 for that Corvette. And rolling to center stage is a 1966 Shelby GT350. I'm with longtime Shelby expert and multiple Shelby owner, Jim Wicks. Tell me about your history with this car.
I bought this car in Joplin, Missouri. I chased it down in 1971. I ended up buying it for $900. My wife used it as her car, driving our son back and forth to school, and we owned the car in our family till 2009.
Any regrets seeing what it'll bring today?
Not a bit, not a bit. It's all good.
How about that?
Well, my regret is that I didn't buy it for $900. You know, the ability to find and, place them for that kind of money. Although I know when we first started doing the Barrett-Jackson auction, you could see the Shelbys rolling across the block, selling regularly for $15,000 to $20,000.
Yes.
2000, 2002.
You're right, but remember how little we made back then? $220,000 bid, because it didn't look like this in 1971. This is just gorgeous. Jim told me it was the second Shelby that he had bought and the one that he kept the second longest. He is a serial owner and was a big wheel in the start of the Shelby American Owners Club.
Yeah, the running joke.
Clear plexiglass windows for the 2+2. And remember, no back seat. Well, this one, this does have a back seat. They took the back seat out of these for the R models to go racing as a production sports car. If they'd left the back seat in, the SCCA would have said they had to race it as a sedan. They didn't want to do that. They wanted to beat the Corvettes in B production, and they did. Now, Jim Wicks is in the action here. He buys sometimes for his own account, but he's on the phone for one of his customers. That includes, well, my wife's nephew is one, and another is a very prominent Ford dealer and collector in Texas. He represents quite a few folks, as he is absolutely an expert on these cars.
And it looks like Jim's client is now the owner of that GT350. Have a great evening. He will sign off. Whoever's on the other end certainly will. Sold sticker goes on. And now in a bright shade of red, here's a 2019 Corvette ZR1.
Latest, greatest, last, and best of the front-engine Corvettes, and this is it in its most menacing form. The ZR1, 6.2-liter V8, 8-speed automatic, factory 755 horsepower. This is Sebring orange metallic tint with carbon fiber hood and roof, very similar to the Porsche GT3 that we saw across the block just a little bit ago. And in fact, the two cars competed for sales, although the Porsche was the considerably rarer and more expensive of the two. 7,800 miles on the clock on this one. And the carbon option includes those beautiful 5-spoke, open-spoke carbon fiber wheels, as well as all of the different vents and the roof and the wing and everything else here in carbon fiber. Probably about the most expensive Corvette you could buy in the final year of the C7, 2019.
Track package that comes to us from the J. Parkheimer collection. 76 million miles. $160,000 down it. $160,000 down to get out, get it all through. All down $160,000 now. Hey! Sold for $150,000.
$150,000. Does that qualify as a good buy? You can make that argument.
I think so, Bob.
Definitely a great car. Another break coming up as we continue in our 9th hour here on the History Channel. We're at Westworld of Scottsdale for the 2024 Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. We'll be right back. Welcome back under the big top as the auction continues here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. We're at $270,000 on a car that April Rose showed us earlier. It's a 2017 Dodge Viper ACR Extreme.
Well, ACR stands for American Club Racer. This has the carbon fiber package, the aero package, the adjustable splitter, adjustable wing, all but ready to go racing. Limited build and built in Dodge's one-of-one program, where you tailor the car to exactly what you want to go racing. Less than 800 miles on the clock.
I think the sticker on this was like $155,000, and then they added $50,000 worth of options.
Well, if it's the original owner and he bought it at sticker, he's about to double his money.
Well done. They've picked up a couple of cars here during their stay at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Next up will be lot 1444, a 1971 Chevy K5 Blazer Custom.
Boy, they just keep coming and keep rolling across the block in these great GM two-tones. 1971, base coat, clear coat paint, much better than it was born with. Summit white and this gorgeous bronze with a brown leather and Alcantara interior. Beautiful.
Yeah, that nice crate engine underneath there, 450 horsepower coming out of that one. Made it up to a 3-speed automatic transmission. Got that MP205 2-speed transfer case. All day long, all last few days, we've seen the Blazers coming across, and boy, they're just developing and creating their own market here. And then once again, it's this particular body style, both the C10 pickup trucks together with the Blazers from this generation. Everybody just loves them.
Now, a lot of these cars and trucks are built with grade 5 bolts. Race cars are built with grade 8 bolts. This truck is said to have been built with 100% stainless steel fasteners, so rust will never be an issue.
125.30. I never asked it, but I'll take it. 125.30 and 125 to get down $30,000 down to get up 130 to get up 130 pound on it. 125 to get up 130 pounds down. 130,000 down to get down to get it here to get up 130 all through.
You know what I love about this? This almost has a stock appearance to it. I can see this is a color combination that you would have gotten back in 1971, back during the Earth Tones era.
What'd you say? 130. Now 40.
You get back to the back tailgate, the little faux wood treatment. Once again, it's exactly the way I would have expected to look. So they've taken this to an even higher degree than it would have originally looked when it was new back in 1971.
Two-piece tailgate. The fiberglass roof is a turn and lift. Oh, it should have some struts here. And then the tailgate drops down. Seating for 5. Wow, that's heavy.
$150,000 to that gentleman. And with that, let's hear from Tyler.
I'm with lot 1455.1, a 1996 Porsche 911 Carrera 4. And with the Blueprint Engine Cam, let's take a look under the hood. You can see this is the last few years of the air-cooled Porsches. A lot of Porsche purists thinks the 911 died when it went to water cooling. I don't think so, but there's certainly something about these air-cooled Porsches. 270 horsepower out of the flat 6-cylinder, and cooling is the name of the game with these. You can see there's the inlet for the fan here, spitting out the hot air away from the engine as well. This one has air conditioning. You can see the AC lines running over here, along with the intake coming into the flat 6. But this one, look at all the details here. This is the original belt from 1996. And that's because this Porsche only has a little over 600 miles on it from new. This is the Carrera 4, so it's all-wheel drive with a manual transmission. Apparently it was bought new, driven for a few weeks, and then put away in a warehouse for over 25 years. Now being sold here at Barrett-Jackson, possibly the lowest mileage Carrera 4 993 in existence.
That's an incredible story, Tyler. Wow. Now rolling off the stage to put that little bit of extra pressure on the bidding is a 2018 Dodge Challenger SRT Demon.
Another one with a big Hemi and the wide body package, 6.2-liter supercharged engine, 8-speed automatic transmission. White knuckle is the color over black. Demon air grabber hood, 18-inch aluminum wheels, and only 151 miles.
So not all Demons are created equal. If you got the wide body treatment like this one has with the fender flares that have been attached, you got an extra 10 horsepower, believe it or not. So you get a little more oomph because, of course, you know, those fender flares just make you go faster.
Sold at $122,000 to that gentleman here in the room, disappointing an online bidder. So the Demon will disappear, and we'll get another '69 Chevy C10 custom pickup.
I very much like the way this one is done because this is how most of them came new. They didn't have chrome bumpers. They didn't have fully chromed grills, just the chrome headlight bezel, and everything else was done in kind of an off-white. It looks like they've dip painted the whole engine compartment. However, in that nice, tasteful light metallic green to match the exterior.
So we've seen an awful lot of these C10 pickup trucks go across the block today that have been raised, lifted, which have much bigger tires. In this case, they've gone the exact opposite route, slammed it down to the ground, those big, huge hoops. And boy, look at the detail inside here, how nicely it's been done.
I'm starting to love this color scheme. Sage green and white two-tone with a tobacco interior. And about the only chrome on this truck are the door handles, the trim strips, and those huge wheels.
And back to your point, I mean, if you were buying a truck back then, this is pretty much what you would have bought. Why chrome the back bumper? It's just going to get banged up anyway. This goes back to the early days of the pickup trucks. We didn't have chrome grills. It was a truck. Why would you want to dress it up? You were going to use it. I love the fact that they've raised the bed because, of course, once you slam it down, you got to make extra room for those wheel wells. The wheel wells, which normally would have sat significantly below the side rail, is now all the way. I can't even get my fingers in there.
This one, I believe, has an air ride, airbag suspension, so it will lay frame. Well, it's got the 3 C's, color, creativity, and craftsmanship. That's why we're at $130,000.
Sold at $130,000. He's a happy man. Why not? Coming up, lot 1453.1 is a 2023 Aston Martin Vantage F1 Edition. 4-liter twin-turbo V8, 528 horsepower, 21-inch, 20-spoke forged wheels, and much more. Out on the warm Arizona night, the party continues. Hope you brought enough for everybody. Have fun. That's what Barrett-Jackson is all about. Right now, this 67 Corvette Custom Coupe is being pushed away. It's currently at $210,220 now, and counting.
Well, this one was built by Burning River Resto Mods up in Berea, Ohio, and underneath that hood is a Gen 5 550 horsepower V8. It's got an automatic transmission, brand new wiring harness, everything from front to back, top to bottom redone in this. And in this case, what they've done is they've kind of gone with a full blackout treatment. So it's black everywhere. There is no chrome, and even when you look, well, look at the Stinger. The contrasting Stinger is just a matte finish on the black.
230,000, warm handshake, and a smooch. Have fun, y'all. Here's April.
Hey, Bob, out in the staging lanes, hanging out with this Minister Beast, 1963 Lincoln Continental, completely murdered out. It was not born like this. Everything has been blackened, no chrome to be seen at all. Now, the biggest change, it has a Chevy LS3 6.2 V8. Look at that, baby, all dressed up in there. You gotta love it. And like all the iconic Lincolns from the 60s, it's got the suicide doors. Now, take a peek inside. Gorgeous diamond stitched brown leather custom gauges. Very cool bucket seats with that center console that goes all the way to the back, and the ever important cup holders, because you know you're always looking to place something like that. I don't know if Batman or Darth Vader is out there, but there will be a bidding war between them if they happen to be here, Bob.
Well, that would be fun to see. We've already had Batman here in years past. And we're not selling any TIE fighters. Anyway, here's a 61 Chevy Corvette custom convertible. We're at $180,000.
Same builder as the previous car. Willwood brakes all the way around. Art Morrison IRS chassis. 19-inch shot nitro wheels that replicate the original Hallebrand IndyCar kidney bean wheels.
One of the interesting things they've done with the under chassis of this is they've used lizard skin sound deadener, and I'm always intrigued when you do that in a roadster. You're still hearing a lot of noise no matter what you do.
Sold at $200,000. And that gentleman greets us after every purchase with the I Love You sign. Summit Racing sold sticker goes on. It displays for the whole world what was paid, at least at the Hammer. Now with the block 1451 and 1968 Chevelle Custom Coupe.
Once owned by comedian David Spade. This comes out of the collection of the Phoenix Suns' Bradley Beal.
He bought it a couple of years ago. It's been in his private collection. He loves this car. It's just an absolute amazing opportunity to buy a great car. Bradley Beal, David Spade, great ownership.
And I should point out, that's Phoenix ownership, because David Spade is originally from Phoenix before he went on to hit the big time with Saturday Night Live. And, of course, the Phoenix Suns player, Bradley Beal. So this is flying local colors right here.
Very nice build. GM LS3 V8, 6.2 liters. Automatic transmission, American Racing long tube headers. Magnaflow mufflers, Detroit Speed suspension. Tubular front and rear with coilover shocks, and Forge line, forged aluminum wheels sitting there in front of those Bayer disc brakes.
And just like with that Corvette that we saw roll across the block just a little while ago, and that car that April Rose was previewing for us, we'll call it Murdered Out. Yeah, it's all black. The black bumpers, the two-piece contrasting stripe, which is barely contrasting, is just a matte finish. No chrome on the wheels, and in this case, they've even got a black interior, just some red stitching to give it just a little bit of flavor in there. But, you know, once again, this has been darkened out. It's got a menacing look all the way around.
Well, April will be happy to know that Batman and Darth Vader can each have a murdered out car of their own.
You know what they haven't done back here, for example, or up front, is they haven't taken the fenders and moved them in. They still have a little bit of a stance outside the way the factory fenders probably would have looked. But in terms of the coloring on them, yeah, it's absolutely different than the way it was born. Tell you what, doesn't look like it's got a lot of miles. I was just looking underneath. Doesn't look like it's been driven very far since its build. So it's pretty nice. Mike McCullough, who's the director of consignments for Barrett-Jackson, was talking about what a nice build this was.
$240,000. Takes it to its new home. And those little girls cannot wait. Let mom drive. Now, we've talked about the enormity of this Barrett-Jackson event with a record number of cars on the docket and so on and so forth. We'd like our audience here on the History Channel to hear from Rick DeBrule, who delved into some of the other numbers at Barrett-Jackson.
We have a record number of cars here in Scottsdale this year, more than 2,000, every single one of them crossing the block at no reserve. And while that's a pretty amazing number, it's only the beginning. Let's start with the auction site. Inside the fence here at Westworld, we have 83 acres. That's enough room for Grand Central Station, Windsor Castle, the White House, the Taj Mahal, with plenty of room to spare. Under roof, we have 1.2 million square feet. That's enough to fit 18 football fields. Look down, you'll find 80,000 square feet of Swiss Trax flooring and more than 95,000 feet of cable to keep everything running. There are 274 vendors from 6 different countries. But wait, let's talk about something that's really important: food. There are 45 different food vendors with 78 locations serving just about everything you can imagine. But let's get back to the cars. You got 726 Chevys, 326 Fords, 185 Corvettes, 123 Mustangs, 115 Camaros. We have 61 Broncos and 31 Blazers. And you want customs? 813. And of course, Ferraris, 23 of them. And the numbers go on and on. Bottom line, Barrett-Jackson is huge in every way possible.
No question about that. Just trying to walk around this facility at full capacity is an adventure. This is lot 1451.1, a 1969 Chevy Corvette Coupe.
Do you spend a lot of time on manufacturers' websites, you know, ordering your dream car, how you would build it if you could? In 1969, I think this is how I would have ordered a Corvette. 427, 430 horse V8 with 12-to-1 compression, 4-barrel Harley carburetor, Muncie 4-speed, Positraction rear end, power disc brakes. Nice.
And the car sells and makes that gentleman very happy. Another break coming up as we continue here in hour 9 of our 10 hours of Barrett-Jackson coverage on FYI and the History Channel. We'll be back with more in just a moment. Well, we did have rain the first 2 or 3 days here in Scottsdale in preparation for the Barrett-Jackson collector car auction. But I have to say, the last 4 days have been absolutely beautiful. And I can't get over these drone shots above the Westworld facility. Just a fabulous event. Lot 1453 is a 2019 Lamborghini Urus.
Doesn't everyone need a 641 horsepower SUV? Well, note the treatment of this one. The grille is gloss black. The SUV is matte black. Pretty interesting. Red and black interior with silver accents. But otherwise, this is just set to be stealth in matte black.
You know, people forget that Lamborghini was pretty early to the SUV craze. Remember the LM002, which was essentially a military vehicle that they produced for the streets? Didn't sell an awful lot of them, but long before Porsche or anybody else was making an SUV, Lamborghini was living in that world for a time.
Yeah, if you want some color in this one, you have to come inside for all of the bright red accents and red stitching.
$195,000. That man has his Lambo Urus. Now, the next car on the block is one that we showed you earlier on the way to break. It's lot 1453.1, a 2023 Aston Martin Vantage F1 edition.
A matte representation of Aston Martin Racing Green with silver stripe over an onyx interior. Less than 500 miles from new. 4-liter twin-turbo V8, 528 horsepower, 8-speed automatic transmission.
Well, this was designed, of course, to celebrate Aston Martin's return to Formula One racing in 2021, a special edition. In addition to all the other goodies you got, most importantly, under the hood, you got a bump of 25 horsepower. So in addition to the suspension components, you got extra power under the hood.
Carbon fiber wing and roof on this one. I like that matte green paint.
128 horsepower, beautiful Aston Martin.
Well, once again, Aston Martin builds one of the most beautiful coupes on the planet. I've always loved him since the very first Vantage that, back in the mid-2005 era. Just an absolutely beautiful car. We've seen Vanquishes roll across the block, but this paint scheme with the Formula One look to it, and of course, this perfect coupe is such a great-looking car. And one thing that's interesting, it's amazing how many people here at Barrett-Jackson this week are walking around wearing Formula One clothing. 10, 20 years ago, you didn't see that at all. These days, man, every time I turn around, somebody's got a McLaren shirt or a Mercedes or Ferrari.
170,000. That gentleman has a new Aston Martin. Well done, sir. Let's go to Tyler.
Check out this incredible original Survivor right here. It's a 1962 Corvette, and it was with one family for over 60 years, just a little over 9,000 miles. So this last year, the first generation Corvette is close to new. You can see the original paint, which is so hard to keep on fiberglass to get it all crazed and cracked and such, but this one showing very little wear, just the perfect amount of patina. Original chrome as well. Very old tires. I'm not sure if they're original, but they certainly are ancient. And then you go inside. Beautiful red interior, 4-speed manual transmission. Once again, totally original, 9,000 original miles. Now, last of the first generation Corvette, they were doing away with a lot of the bling, so less chrome, no more two-tone, but one thing they did introduce was the 327. First year of the 327 V8. Once again, look at this thing, perfect amount of patina, and it's racked up plenty of awards from NCRS Top Flights for being such an incredible survivor.
Yeah, it's fun to see those cars as they were. See what it draws in a few short moments. Right now, we're looking at lot 1454, a 74 Bronco custom SUV.
Another very fresh build with a 5-liter Coyote V8 and an interesting color from the Ferrari palette, Rosso Fiorano.
No shortage of color choices in our first generation Broncos that have been rolling across the block. We've seen two-tones, single colors, bold colors, subtle colors, because everybody is either building a Blazer or a Bronco or a C10 pickup truck. And it just boils down to, what do you do differently than somebody else is doing it? Yeah, you could paint an original factory color, but why? Why not come up with something more exotic? And that's exactly what they've got here. Big 3.5-inch list, disc brakes in all four corners.
105,000 to an online bidder. That Bronco is on its way to its new home. We'll be back with more when we return to Scottsdale. Back on the block at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale, we're looking at a 1996 Porsche 911 Carrera Ford that Tyler showed us earlier.
If only cars could talk, I'd sure want to know why this was put away in a garage for 25 years and only has 614 miles. Porsche had 2 silvers at the time, polar silver like this with a tinge of blue, and Arctic silver, more of a gray. This has the turbo twist wheels, the light gray interior, the Carrera all-wheel drive, and appears to be, Tyler, in beautiful shape.
Oh, absolutely. I was looking at the engine bay closely earlier, and everything is completely original on this. And whoever put it away was definitely psychic, because these are definitely coveted by enthusiasts. The last few years of production of the 993, the air-cooled Porsches, and it looks fantastic.
You know, all of the purists that wrung their hands when Porsche went to the liquid-cooled 996 version of the 911, maybe they didn't realize that the Porsche International race cars from the 956 and 962, the GT1, all of those had liquid-cooled cylinder heads. So the air-cooled Porsche was already a thing of the past when they made the switch in '99.
As always, it's changed. No one likes change until they like it, and suddenly it's great.
Well, the redesign didn't help with the 996. They had the runny egg headlights, and going away from the circular ones was a big faux pas for enthusiasts as well, which they fixed with the 997, the next generation.
Yeah, but they had to do it to save Porsche. I mean, you know, they were running into big money problems. They needed to have a more efficient manufacturing system. So mixing both the Boxster and the Porsche parts were necessary, a necessary evil.
Beautiful car, beautiful price, $185,000. You know, I think the owner's going to look back at this in 10 years and say, I got a really good deal.
And the consignor is going to have a child who will come to driving age and say, you did what with that car?
Originally purchased and titled by the Shelby American in January of 2006.
Okay, here comes a 2016 Shelby GT350 wide-body prototype.
You know, Bob, I think you were actually talking about me, because my dad had a 930 turbo that he sold in 1986 with 8,000 miles, sold it right before I reached driving age, and I'm still mad at him to this day.
My dad had a Rambler American he sold right before I got to driving age, and I'm really happy.
This is why my son Scott gets to drive all of our cars, because when they go away, there'll be no regrets.
Well, up on the block now, this GT350 wide-body prototype, and it's interesting because it was originally purchased and titled by Shelby American back in January of 2016. It was then used as part of their development plan for their signature edition package. It got a hold of Shelby's S550 chassis wide-body package. So once again, this was being used as a prototype by Shelby for what they were going to be doing on their customer line.
Right, they developed this wide-body package on this car. Not sure, did that ever make it into production, or did they kind of veer off in a different direction? But this is fully documented as having been a Shelby development prototype car.
Well, to me, it kind of resembles the GT500, which came out in 2020, which was wide like this. But of course, the GT350 being more special to me because of that voodoo, that flat flame crank V8, and they came with manual transmissions.
Full roll cage in there with, or not full roll cage, but a roll bar with back bars. No back seat in there, so don't think about this as, you know, something you can drive your kids around in. This is pretty special, though, as a prototype from Shelby with that wide body kit.
They're calling it a GT350, but it's badged as a 1200R.
And $165,000 takes that. Unique Mustang. Now here comes a 67 Mustang Custom Fastback following the previous car.
Well, earlier we talked about the GT350R model, and this replicates that, the one that was born without a backseat so they could race it in NCCA competition, and had this big lowered front apron for downforce and increased airflow to that radiator.
This has a lot of the Eleanor looks when that's not what they're going for. This is simply a custom creation that's got a lot of the Eleanor touches, a lot of the Shelby touches, all kinds of great stuff that they put into a really nice looking package.
Exteriors finished in blue.
Well, it's really hard to find the words to describe the day that we've had so far, Super Saturday. It's been an incredible ride, and we still have more auction action from Barrett-Jackson coming your way. Welcome to Super Saturday here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. And up on the block right now, we have a 1967 Ford Mustang Custom Fastback.
Well, imagine a custom Shelby GT500. That's exactly what we've got here. It's got some of the GT500 styling touches, the scoops on the side, but you go to that big hood, nope, that's not the way it would have come. And the way the front end is done is more GT500E Eleanor style.
Yeah, but when this was built, you probably had to be careful on whether you say it was an Eleanor build or not before the H.B. Halicki widow had official license on it. There was a lawsuit with Shelby American, and that has recently been resolved where Eleanors have sort of opened up. But you wanted to give them a body kit and a look. You didn't want to call it an Eleanor a year or two ago.
Those are the voices of Tyler Hoover and Rick DeBrule working with Mike Joy. April Rose with us as well. I'm Bob Varsha. $137,000. That man has a Mustang. And speaking of April, let's check in with her now.
Hey, Bob, I'm with this 1972 K5 Custom Blazer. You know, it's nice to see these because we're seeing so many Broncos, and this is really beautiful. Now, the consignor is calling the paint blue steel, and I promise you it does turn left. Of course, really cool with these Blazers. The back comes off. If you have at least three good friends, they'll help you with it. Now, the power comes from an 5.3 LM7 Vortec engine, 4-speed transmission, and it's had a 4-inch lift. And check down below, you see those classic Chevy rally wheels painted to match. Inside, take a look, it has all the sweet retro-style digital gauges, and I love these matching plaid seats. Just such a cool throwback touch. It's really fun to see what everyone's doing with these truck builds, Bob.
Well, that's a sweet interior, no question about it, April. Meanwhile, back on the block, we're at $127,000 and counting on a 72 Chevy K5 Blazer custom SUV.
Tuxedo black and Summit white and houndstooth interior. Am I the only one that's going to be counting Broncos and Blazers to go to sleep tonight?
Well, in that case, I'm about to fall asleep because they've been cranking across the block all day long. This one's done by Jimmy's Speed Shop out of Mesa, which is not very far from here in the suburb of the Phoenix area. They say they have $200,000 in receipts in what it took to build this.
Well, it certainly shows. You can see they added the Cheyenne package trim as well with that wood going down the side, or fall wood. Nice lift on it, 35-inch all-terrains on the front, all the chrome fresh. That houndstooth interior is a very nice touch.
Big LS engine, 525 horsepower coming out from underneath the hood, all going to the back and the front, because this is a four-wheel drive, born a K, kept a K. Well, if there's $200,000 in receipts, we got a ways to go before we reach that point.
$150,000. Takes that Blazer. I've introduced enough of them, you'd think I'd be able to pronounce the name. Next up, lot 1458, a 1958 Chevy Corvette Custom Convertible.
Chevy had a color like this, came along a little later, called Fawn Beige Metallic. This is more of a champagne shade. On the 58, first year with 4 headlights and a lot of one-year styling touches, as we've discussed earlier. This one's been given much larger wheels and tires than it was born with, and some wide whites to go with it. Shot wheels, these are, in 19-inch diameter.
No shortage of 58s in this particular auction. You know, we've, let's see, this one still has the chrome tusks on the back. We sometimes jokingly call them suspenders, because if old people like Corvettes, well, then that's exactly what they've got in the suspenders back there.
Modern suspension. Corvette C6 at one end and C7 at the other.
I think I counted 14 1958 Corvettes in the auction this week, a total of 185 Corvettes in the auction. That's nearly 10% of the total number of cars that are crossing the block are wearing that Corvette badge.
Well, chances are there was plenty of people that came hoping to buy the Jeff Hayes Corvette and got blown out. Plenty of options for them to try something else.
The Jeff Hayes Corvette, an amazing piece of machinery, crossed the block earlier today and sold for a cool $1 million.
You can go on Barrett-Jackson.com and look up lot number 1367. And I will never forget the smile on Mr. Hayes' face when that was hammered sold. Labor of love, great creativity, great craftsmanship, and a great reward.
And I remember once again going back to Las Vegas a number of years ago when for the first time we started to see Corvette resto-mods and customs bring the kind of money that the original versions that were done to a high degree. And you talk to customizers and they're like, well, it's so hard sometimes to get them back to the original stock, you know, perfect condition. It's so much easier to customize them. And now that is the market.
Well, one of those iconic Barrett-Jackson moments was with a Jeff Hayes Corvette that was bought by comedian Kevin Hart, which I believe he bought his for in the $600,000 range, I believe, maybe a little bit more.
Well, you got to understand, that day he had lost a number of cars, and he was just so frustrated that he kept losing cars. He decided he was in it to win it. He didn't care where it went. He was going to go all the way. It was pretty funny. He had all his buddies there, and it was one of those days. It was like, this is the car I'm getting. I don't care.
And if we weren't thinking about the Jeff Hayes Corvette selling for $1 million, we'd be pretty impressed with this $305,000 and climbing on this beautiful 58. It's certainly a nice build.
Yeah, we're almost blasé about $300,000 here, but I mean, we've been seeing custom Corvettes rock the block at 3 to 5 all day long. Because once again, this is Super Saturday.
And again, it's the 3 C's: color, creativity, and craftsmanship. They all come together right here for a jaw-dropping price.
$312,000 in the final analysis, and that goes on the Summit Racing Sold sticker for all the world to see. Next up will be a 1969 Ford Bronco custom SUV.
Well, this one, I'm not quite sure why, but they nicknamed it Butch, you know, and all right, that's going to be the name of it. That's what we're going to go with. It, of course, has that Gen 3 5-liter Coyote crate engine under the hood. The Coyote name, by the way, comes to Ford via A.J. Foyt. A.J. Foyt, the great IndyCar racer who won 4 Indianapolis 500s. The last 2 of them, 64 and 74, he won in, I should say 2 of them, he won in a Coyote car. He was running a Ford engine on a Coyote chassis, and as a result, they said, well, let's use that name. It's kind of cool, so that's why they call it the Coyote engine.
Well, having a Coyote in a classic Bronco is certainly a winning formula, along with a 3.5-inch lift, 33, 35-inch tires. Seems kind of formulaic, but then everything else on every single Bronco is usually so different. You can see this one, they decided to make the bumpers white on it to match the two-tone white lower section with the red pinstriping and black trim with the natural tan interior. Looks fantastic.
And once again, you know, there seems to be a formula that works. And once again, it's great to say, oh, I want to try something different. But the bottom line is, this is what the buyers want. They want a Coyote engine. They want a Dana 44 in the back. They want 21-inch wheels or 36-inch tires, as the case may be. They want this particular look, this Gen 1 body. So, you know, the bottom line is, while we may sit there and go, well, why is everybody doing that? Because guess what? This is exactly what all the buyers want. And there's buyers to go around.
So you know why this one is nicknamed Butch? The next one is Sundance. You can't make this up.
That's going way over my head. Is that on horses?
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Are you kidding me, Tyler?
Oh, no. I'm so embarrassed.
I hate these young people.
Where's your babysitter?
Getting late here in Phoenix.
Was that
isn't
a
it?
movie? Was that a TV show? Clint Eastwood?
Paul Newman and Robert Redford and Catherine Ross.
I'll put that on the list.
Great movie to watch. Most importantly, the very last scene when they jump over the cliff.
The very last scene is when the gunfire breaks out from the army around the top of the village. Anyway, there he goes. Go to Barrett-Jackson.com and you'll find out what that last car sold for, because I was so stunned by what Tyler had to say, I just totally missed it. Remember the song Raindrops Are Falling on My Head? B.J. Thomas?
Didn't it win an Oscar that year?
It may have.
My wife fell asleep every time she watched the movie in that scene. As soon as that song comes on, he puts her on the bicycle, they pedal around, she falls asleep.
Well, I'm going to come over here and lick my wounds and do a chassis cam here on this Bronco SUV. Sundance. Yep, you can see this one's matching. It looks like with that Coyote engine. Beautiful powder-coated or well-painted undercarriage there. Beefy drive shaft going to the off-road shocks. Brand new fuel tank and exhaust. Beautiful build.
I'm sorry I looked ahead in the program, but you know, in school, I'd always read the last chapter first and then figure out how it all came together.
All right, as much as I like Butch with that black and white concept, I really love this Brittany blue on this particular one, Sundance. It's beautifully done inside and out, and I just love this color with that white roll bar, chrome trim. It's a great looking truck.
And you can see the differentiation with this one having chrome bumpers as well, not a two-tone paint, but then they went with the white roll bar, and it looks like the matching interior. They have something in common, same interior choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, was a recipient of a professional.
You know, one of the great things about restoring one of these is you can almost do it on a bench. In other words, it's not like some cars where you've got to have everything down on the ground, you're crawling underneath it. You can literally pull the body off its bench height, put it on the bench, do all the work, bring it over and put it back onto the chassis. So it's actually, I don't want to say it's easy to restore, but in terms of the way you're doing it, well, it's easier to move it back and forth.
That Paul Newman, he makes some good food. That Newman's Own, the soup cans, right?
Yeah, that's that guy, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's starting to sound familiar too.
Yeah, he also is a halfway decent race car driver, but that's another story.
Boy, even the carpet in this is really, really nice, and look how it's edged in the same color, very thick, padded. This is a high quality build right here.
And once again, I love this Brittany blue. It is just a great standout color that just goes so well with the white roll cage. And of course that leather, the tobacco leather interior. And now we're at $142,000 on this thing. And we've seen the full range of prices too with these as they've gone across. And some of them redone have pulled in the 80s, and some, well, they've been in the 300s. So it's a full range of what people want and like in their Bronco.
$142,000. Congratulations to the new owner. Now coming up, a 1970 Dodge Challenger Custom Coupe. 6.1 liter Hemi V8 crate engine, upgraded, new headers, and a lot more. Well, as you can see, the aisles over in the salon area here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale have been a major thoroughfare all weekend. Hundreds of thousands of car people in attendance. I think they all had a gander at those fabulous cars. Back to the stage now for a 2020 Ferrari Portofino convertible.
These are wonderful cars. 3.9 liter V8, 519 horsepower, 7-speed automatic, and the folding hardtop. So it's a hardtop convertible. This one pretty highly optioned with 9,900 miles. This is a Ferrari you could drive every day, and I would, except the depreciation scale of these is exactly related to the number on the odometer. Every 1,000 miles you add, you can knock a whole lot off the value wholesale or retail. But boy, when you do get behind the wheel, this is a treat.
I sometimes joke, you don't have to be rich to buy a Ferrari. You have to be rich to buy a Ferrari and then drive it. Because as you're losing that depreciation, it's not subtle, it's not simple, it's a big drop.
Maybe that's why ours only has 1,800 miles on it.
Oh, you trailer queen.
Well, these were built to be sort of the value Ferrari. Of course, the California was the first generation of this, and a lot of people were kind of mad, saying, you're going to make a mass-produced, mass-market Ferrari? Really? That's not a Ferrari.
Well, and this is not an evolution of the California. This is a different car, and believe me, it drives entirely differently. California, I believe it's exactly what you were calling it. I think the Portofino is just a whole... Come visit. We'll take you for a drive.
There was actually, in all seriousness, a bit of a morale crisis at Ferrari when Luca di Marzemolo, who was the golden boy of Ferrari administration for many years, decided Ferrari needed to take advantage of its popularity by selling more cars. Ferraristas were aghast. We're going to sell thousands of Ferraris, and what happens to their desirability and rarity?
Looking at the prices we've seen rolling across the block here, I don't think it's done very much to hurt them at all, to be honest with you.
No, we're at about wholesale right now. Once you fold down the hardtop, there's not a lot of luggage space left right there.
202,000. Get it? I think that woman looked at the guy who I assume is her husband as though, okay, you got it. Are you happy now? I think the answer is yes. Now, in addition to the car sales, they sell automobilia here at Barrett-Jackson. And wait till you hear these numbers. 1940s mobile oil double-sided porcelain rotating Pegasus service station sign hammered away at $92,000. Or how about a huge 1960s Mopar single-sided neon porcelain dealership sign? $100,000. And rarest of the rare, an NOS 1960s Cougar Oil of Alabama double-sided porcelain service station sign, $135,000. Yikes. Well, back to the block for something cheap, like a classic collectible car. $160,000 now bid on a '63 Lincoln Continental Custom.
Well, we saw one of these cross the block today, and I think moved more than north of $300,000. So the era of the entourage suicide door Lincoln Continental is firmly in place. This one, of course, all murdered out, black on top, black on the bottom, black grille. And if we just saw the body just jump up here.
I can't believe what I'm seeing here. The dashboard in this Lincoln is lifted from a 1959 or 60 Chevrolet. Now, we see that in a lot of customs, but I've never seen it in a Lincoln.
Well, it's interesting that they have the instrumentation to match the drivetrain because it is an American LS3 under the hood from several decades newer, so I guess they thought it out a little bit.
Same dashboard that's in my 60 El Camino. Wow.
Yeah, the consignor says it pulled out of it a 1959 Impala, so that's exactly why it looks the same.
And what a beautiful interior it is. You could see it was a 4-seat with that center console going all the way across. 4 cup holders for everybody in your entourage to hop in and cruise.
You know, just a few years ago, we saw an awful lot of this era Lincoln Continentals coming across the block, restored to a very nice degree. But they weren't bringing the kind of money that we're seeing now between the customs, like this one and the one that crossed the block earlier today.
$172,000. sends it to its new home, and we're going to April.
Hey Bob, right now I'm standing with this really stunning 1965 Impala SS. I mean, I just love the way they designed the back end with the 3 round tail lights back here. Of course, the Chevy bow tie to top it off right in the middle. Now these are super long, so come take a journey with me. I absolutely love these door panels with the SS detailing and all this beautiful red leather. And these are roll-up windows. All your new kids out there aren't familiar with this. Actually has the window go up. Now inside you have the tack in the middle, clock down there. I mean, these are just very, very cool bucket seats with the stainless trim all around. Now up front, check out all that power. GM Performance Supercharged 6.2 LT4, 650 horsepower, Willwood disc brakes all around to stop this puppy. I mean, this is a really, really sweet custom that, hey, I would love the keys and drive along the Arizona desert any day in.
I'm with you there, April. Now center stage is a 62 Corvette 327-300 convertible. We're at $135,000.
Well, this is pretty cool, and the reason being is it is an unrestored 1962. And unrestored, but looks great. I mean, sometimes we see them unrestored, and yeah, there's a lot of signs of cracking and this problem or another problem. According to the consignor, it's been owned by one family for 60 years, and they say it has less than 10,000 original miles, and they got plenty of paperwork and black California plates.
Final year for the C1, so no contrasting coves. Let's have a look under hood. Nicely maintained, but not polished or restored. Upgraded 27 V8. 9,600 original miles.
As Tyler said when he introduced it to us, a survivor.
And actually, I have a 62 Corvette at home, so I was drooling over this thing. Mine is red, 327, not a Fuelie. Very similar to this one. Not a survivor, though. It's been repainted, not numbers matching engine. It makes me wonder, though, should I get one of those fancy chassis and an LS engine and do it up?
$150,000. Nice late auction Saturday buy. We've got a break coming up, and we'll be back. Just about ready to enter our final half hour live coverage here at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Back at Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale, looking through the showcase. Sold stickers on most of the windshields. There's still one more day of the auction tomorrow, but the bulk of the best cars have been sold. Well, it's that moment of truth. We've been talking all week about Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. So let's take a look at who's in the lead after the 12 cars of Scottsdale. Connor H. over Ben S., followed by Kenneth C., David F., and Lyle M. And look how close it is up top. So congratulations to Connor H., but be careful, keep up the great work, continue to play this year. Remember, the winner at the end of all of the 2024 Barrett-Jackson auctions will take home a brand new 2024 Dodge Hornet. Good luck to all. To the block, where the hammer falls at $137,000 on this 72 GMC Jimmy Custom SUV. And away it goes. Next up, lot 1464 is a 1972 Chevrolet C30 custom pickup.
Now this one's really cool, actually. We've seen a sea of LS3s, lifted stock chassis. Well, this one, they took a regular cab long bed pickup truck and mounted it on a 2013 2500 chassis, and they retained the diesel engine, Duramax diesel under the hood.
Wow, and the number quickly jumps to 6 figures. Backed it up just a bit, but we're going to get there, I think.
Yeah, but it's a nice creative way of doing something a little bit different. I mean, once again, we've seen so many, C10s, K10s crossing the block that have, been done to a really beautiful standard. But I like the fact that somebody went in a different direction because it's not simple. I mean, you can't just pull the body off and just slap it back on. To put this body on this modern truck is a pretty complicated thing to achieve.
Yeah, and certainly a risk to do something different because a lot of people will take the long beds and then make them into short beds even if they didn't start life that way because that's more desirable. But modern trucks with their crew cabs are so long, if you want it to fit, you need to do a long bed. I personally love the way it looks.
It's not the first time we've seen this happen where they put a modern truck on modern chassis under an older body, but it's been executed very well. I love that. I can see through the suspension, the frame, the way they've done it. And once again, I don't know the dimensions. I don't know how hard it was, but I know in talking to builders in the past, it's always more difficult than you'd think.
After 5 days on our feet here, I'm wishing I could do the same.
Well, the Duramax diesel is just loved in the diesel community, and it's getting harder and harder to be a diesel fan as emissions restrictions pop up and the diesel exhaust fluid you have to add. If it goes empty, it disables the truck. This is one of the last years of sort of the old school diesels before they're getting too choked up to where I feel like gasoline engines make a lot more sense than a new diesel.
And it's not a case of they simply, plop this onto a new chassis or a newer chassis. There's also all kinds of things they did. They got an upgraded ECU to raise torque. They're getting 900 foot-pounds. They got that Allison 6-speed transmission and a manual 4x4
case. $135,000, and suddenly the winning bidder has a host of friends. Well done, y'all. And now here's another vehicle April Rose showed us earlier. Lot 1465 is a 1965 Chevrolet Impala SS Custom Convertible.
And it's another LS swap. This one, an LT one, supercharged. General Motors V8 engine, nestled nicely there under hood. I've never seen so many 19-inch shot wheels as I have this week at Barrett-Jackson. But this really beautiful cranberry over red 65 convertible was built right close by in Glendale, Arizona, and it is a fresh build.
Yeah, by a company called Costello Customs. I will tell you, the 1965 Impala is one of my favorite body shapes of all time. I love the fastback. I love the convertible. Beautiful lines from front to back. It's just a great look. And you look at what happens in the Chevy lines over the next few years. This was leading the way. And what a drastic change it was over 1964 with those angles. Here you've got the beautiful curves coming out the backside. This 1965 body, my favorite.
Well, the fender peak starting right behind the door. That rear fender peak line is shared with the Corvette Stingray. And you're in good company, Rick. Ed Welburn, the former global director of design for General Motors, says this is his favorite GM design ever as well.
Well, beautiful design, but the car is probably quite a handful with that LT4, and this one, a manual transmission as well. Bet nobody ever imagined a 65 Impala would have this kind of horsepower.
This thing is really lowered. I'm only seeing about 4 inches of ground clearance from the rocker panel to the floor here.
And this we're going to put in the true resto mod category, because from the outside it looks, well, with the exception of the wheels, looks dead stock. It's when you look underneath, especially in that engine compartment with that LT engine, boy, and that way it's been done inside to a very high degree. So a lot of custom work that went into this, but when it drives by, you're not going to get crazy thinking they've done all this work until you look under the hood.
$127,000. Wow. I don't know about you guys, but I'm already getting nostalgic about Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale 2024. Congratulations to the new owners. And here is a 67 Ford Mustang Eleanor replica.
Well, a little bit of freelancing has been done here. Yes, the body is very similar to the Eleanor. However, the wheel treatment is not. These are Rotunda forged wheels, looking pretty racy here. 5.0 Coyote underneath. And of course, it's not pepper gray either.
I was going to say, let's call this Eleanor-ish.
Well, I actually looked up the color earlier because it was something like white glacier. It looked like white diamond tri-coat, the Cadillac color back in the day, or Designo Mystic white, because I love Mercedes pearl whites, but it's actually a Kia color. When I Googled it up, it came from Kia.
Snow White Pearl is the color name.
That's what it was, Snow White Pearl. I Googled it, and it was a Kia color.
Well, once again, classic hot rod style. Go find something from something else that either you've got available or that you happen to like and stick it on this. But for what it's worth, it's nice swing one that's not pepper gray.
Yeah, it's certainly quite a bit different in the grille and the hood treatment. The Eleanor did not look like that with the extra louvers and sort of the ram air intake on the 428s. And everything sort of molded together.
If I said Rotunda wheels, I misspoke. These are Rohana wheels. And this car has recent history in Texas, judging by the inspection sticker on the windshield.
Shelby-style sequential tail lights on the backside. It's a great build, and once again, I think I love these white cars that are rolling across. You know, every now and then we'll see something that's beautifully done in white. We had a white Cuda go roll across the block last night. I think it stands out, and it stands out especially with this body style being very different. Could you put a couple of blue stripes on there? Yeah, I think I'd love that.
I was just thinking, yep, that would look terrific. Big Monza-style fuel filler caps on both C-pillars. Wow.
And you can see the bumper's been deleted. It's almost like they've molded it out with the body, with the fiberglass to make it look like a bumper. Same with the rear window trim. No chrome around it, put in like a modern car.
And $131,000 sends that bright white Eleanor replica to its new home. Another break coming up as we get into the waning minutes of our 5 days and 39 hours of coverage. The world's greatest collector car auction, Barrett-Jackson from Scottsdale. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale. Just a few cars remaining on the docket for Super Saturday. Here's a 1971 Chevy Blazer Custom SUV.
Boy, what a day it's been. I mean, we've had 10 hours of live coverage, and then they went on the auction block hours before we even went on the air. And I tell you, there have been cars crossing the block, amazingly well done and bringing absolutely amazing prices. Some of the things I saw across the block today, I never thought I'd see ever. And some of the prices, I think we set quite a few records here today. No shortage of great-looking Blazers like this one that just sold.
For $72,000. Sold sticker goes on, and away it goes. Next up is something kind of intriguing. We've had a lot of cars with Hollywood connections. And here's another one. Lot 1472 is a 1972 Di Tommaso Pantera Fast 5 movie car.
Yes, even after over 10 hours of cars crossing the block, we still have famous movie cars coming up. And here it is. This one was used in the Fast 5 movie. It was actually used as part of a train heist. This thing was riding on a train. They were able to break into it, bust the thing out. They had a ramp truck ready for the thing to jump on. Jordana Brewster, or Mia Toretto is the name of the character, was able to back it off and escape in it, and they stole the car.
Yeah, but then they drive off through the desert, and it's like it's an off-road situation. I remember thinking that Pantera is never going to pull that off.
Well, it doesn't seem any worse for wear because, I mean, just look at it. Beautiful custom De Tomaso Pantera, legendary mid-engine Ford-powered motor in the back. Beautiful Italian styling around.
Yeah, really, it's a perfect mix of Italian styling, Italian work, and American. And once again, we talked about this earlier today. You know, it's a Lincoln Mercury product. Got the 351 Cleveland engine underneath the hood, which is on the backside because it's a mid-engine, but it was designed by Ghia, an Italian company who is employing an American named Tom Charta, who actually did the design. So it's perfectly blended all across.
Don't be so literal about what it did in the movie. I figured it out. It had a stunt double.
Well, I know we sold one of the Fast and Furious Supras a few years ago from the original movie, and there were several cars, and it was actually an automatic to make it easier to drive for the film, but it was one of the few show cars actually used for the close-ups.
Yesterday we had a Christine replica go across the block, and I think they had like 18 or something of those because they kept crushing him because they had to kill the car. That one just sold.
$77,000 takes it, and I still insist Christine is one of the best car movies ever. Now let's go to Mike Joy.
I'm with Craig Jackson and Steve Davis. And fellows, I can't tell you how many times this week I've said, never have I ever. I mean, an IMSA Hummer, just some of the wild machines that have crossed the block even today, and the wild numbers these cars have drawn.
It was an unbelievable day. It's been an unbelievable week. You know, yesterday we did not do a recap. We had Sammy Hagar playing on the bandstand right here while the auction's going off. We kicked off with Foreigner. Every day the cars got better. The Cup cars, which we kicked off the broadcast with today, it's been an unbelievable day. Today, the Gullwing, third time in our history we have set a new high water mark for a Gullwing, broke our own record that was set back in 2012. It's been unbelievable across the board, having a Resto Mod break $1 million. Everywhere, I thought it was super strong. There's a couple cars here I'm telling people you're missing out, but they weren't off by very far. Strong market. What was your thoughts, Steve?
Well, incredible. I mean, it's just that simple. Where would you ever in your wildest imagination think you're seeing, long bed Chevy pickups bringing 300 grand with incredible restoration, resto-modded pickups? I keep going back there because it is really kind of the foundation of what's going on in the marketplace right now. Every resto mod, every custom, every original type car. If you'll notice, the resto mod Corvettes did well, and then we had some NCRS stuff that did extremely well as a complement to those. They didn't conflict, but they actually enhanced each other. Every car was a story. It was exciting. It was unbelievable. It was a Barrett Jackson experience.
Now, I know you have cars to sell here tomorrow, but let's look ahead to Palm Beach.
Well, we have this GT here. So, Steve, you want to tell them a little bit about
the
this?
Alan Mann Heritage Edition. Just an incredible piece of Ford history. This will be a snapshot of what you can expect in Palm Beach. We were fortunate to get this consigned early, and as you've seen here today, GTs are still strong. They're still incredible. This will be the long lead bad boy for Palm Beach. We're looking for an eclectic docket, something for everybody as always. We're going to start early. We already got a lot of stuff in the pipeline, but it's going to be a wild ride. Instead of the desert, we're going to be at the beach.
All right, now, before we go, on to something completely different, a car that's not going to cross the auction block here in Scottsdale, but I know is very near and dear to your heart, and this car is going to raise a lot of money for a great cause next week.
It is. So next week at Steven Tyler's Grammy party, we are going to auction this off. Ever since Steven Tyler sold his Venom here for charity, we have been conducting with Joseph Mass his auction the night of the Grammys. We will be selling this car. Phantom Works has completely gone through this entire car. It's a killer resto mod. The QR code will show you how you can register to bid. You know, Steven Tyler's Fund is for kids of abuse and sexual abuse, and we want to help him achieve a great number on this. So here's another opportunity. If you can make it to the Grammys. If not, go to the QR code and it'll teach you how to register to bid.
So this 65 Corvette from Phantom Works, Steven Tyler's car, will be sold at his Grammy Awards viewing party to benefit Janie's Fund Sunday, February 4th at the Palladium Hollywood. Congratulations with that, and we'll see you in Palm Beach.
It's going to be another barn burner. See you there.
All right, thanks very much, guys. While you were talking, another K5 Custom went for $175,000, and we're at 75 grand right now on this 05 Ferrari 360 Spider.
I'll tell you what kind of an amazing day it's been. We're just a couple cars away, a few cars away from the end of the auction. We've got a Ferrari, we've got a Challenger. I mean, these are amazing cars that are crossing the block at the very end.
Well, and we've seen a lot of custom Blazers and Broncos with Ferrari silver on it. Grigio Silverstone. This one's Argento Nürburgring.
82,000 takes that Ferrari. We've got one more break coming in our 5-day coverage of Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale, so stay right there. We'll be back. Welcome back to Barrett-Jackson. Down there in the salon, all of those beauties have now found new homes on an absolutely amazing day filled with 7-figure sales. Let's take a look now at our top sellers on Super Saturday. In third place, my personal favorite, a 1937 Mercedes-Benz 540K Special Roadster, a rare right-hand drive model, $2.2 million at the Hammer. How about a 2018 Bugatti Chiron for a difference? This one, $2.7 million. And then split the difference, a 1956 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL Gullwing, probably the most popular classic collectible car of all time. $3.1 million. Absolutely fantastic results. But of course, it's Barrett-Jackson. That's the kind of thing we expect. Final car on the block, 2013 Ford Shelby GT500 pre-production coupe.
Well, you know, 20 years ago when I came to my first Barrett-Jackson in person, 2 Gullwings sold, one for a little over $300,000, the other one about the same. So a factor of 10 in the prices 20 years later.
Glad you didn't buy them. I love this. The last car we're going to see tonight is a 2013 Shelby GT500 pre-production coupe, essentially a Mustang, and I love the fact that as this car crosses the block, the GT3, the GT4s are racing through the night over at Daytona. Mustang back in the racing world. Love what the factory's doing.
$65,000 sends that Mustang to its new home. Now, there'll be one more vehicle after that, but as Rick said, we're just about done. So we want to thank you all for tuning in as we wrap up 5 wonderful days here in Scottsdale, Arizona. It's really hard to imagine having a week that captured the essence of the Barrett-Jackson collector car auctions more than the week we just had. It was simply magic. A special thanks to our world-class television crew that makes all of this look so easy. Believe me, it isn't. So for Mike Joy, Rick DeBrule, Tyler Hoover, April Rose, and our entire team, I'm Bob Barsha. For the final time, thank you so much for riding with us this week. Barrett-Jackson Scottsdale never disappoints. We'll see you next time. So long from Scottsdale.